The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the Lifeline 24-Hour Classic at VIR. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. And so taking a look at Virginia International Raceway, courtesy of Google Earth, situated in Alton, Virginia. The full course this weekend for 24 hours of racing. You can see the pits to the right, the front straightaway bends to the right there as they come through at a terrific speed, racing down into turn number 1, also known as the horseshoe, as the track turns back on itself on this 3-mile road circuit. A lot of character on this racetrack, lots of elevation change, and a true test of wits as we head through turn number 6 here, the snake. Begin gathering speed for the climbing S's. Under the bridge we go, and then the setup for this very fast uphill section of the racetrack. The climbing S's up towards turn 10, one of the high points of the racetrack, where they'll turn left and then dive downhill, steeply going down into what was called Oak Tree. Turns 11 and 12. Using all of the racetrack at the exit of the corner. They have to because they need to get set up really well for this incredible backstretch. 3/4 of a mile is the length as they head uphill here at VIR to the highest point of the racetrack, the very top of what's known as roller coaster. Then it's downhill. 120 feet is the drop down into turn 16, also known as hog pin, round 17, and back onto the front straightaway. And that's a lap here at Virginia International Raceway. 120 feet of elevation change, 17 corners, and that's what our teams will be dealing with this weekend. Indeed, indeed. They've been dealing with it since noon yesterday, and they're still racing through the night. No red flags due to fog or thunder showers or anything. They've carried on throughout the evening. Viscera Racing Group now in the lead of the race. They've just left the pits. Rockwell Autosport Development in second place. The number 1 car, RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 111 there in third place. A little bit of mix-up at the front, but not a lot. These teams are incredibly strong. And there's RPG as well in fourth place up at the front of the field. Welcome. Good morning, everyone, to the part 3, the final portion of this broadcast. Full-length race coverage of the Lifeline 24-hour Classic at VIR. Carrying all the way till noon when the checkered flag will fly. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by an exhausted Bill Strong, David Haynes, and it looks like me.
Yeah, Brian stepped away for a bit. Brian will be back a bit later.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, good morning. I trust it's been a long and arduous evening for the broadcast crew as well as for the teams.
We pretty much slept the whole time, Paulie. It was nice. Don't remember much of it.
So it looks like I was noticing a post this morning when I rose around 5 that Chris Huggins had mentioned an incredible number of cars still circulating on this 3.27-mile road circuit this year. Not as much attrition as we're used to seeing.
It's been incredible.
Tiffany's there too.
Yeah, I went and walked through the paddock about, 3 a.m. or something, and there was a couple of cars being worked on. Those cars got fixed and back out, but the really crazy thing was I probably didn't find 5, 6, 7 cars total that were done.
Amazing.
Isn't that crazy? Out of 80 cars.
Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible. I'm going to share my post over on the garage to make sure we've got everybody aware that we are broadcasting on a new stream.
Yes, thank you.
And so far, so good. We are getting some people beginning to trickle in as we begin this final stint, if you might call it, in broadcasting as we take it to the end here. So temperatures today, again, expected to be in the 90s. High humidity, that's never gone away. Possibility of showers as we get near the checkered flag. So we'll have some dramas there to be thinking about. Of course, the teams especially will need to be thinking about those things. And we've got Danger Racing shown in the pits. Sparrow Speed also not turning laps. And Bliss Racing. Everybody else, the top 35 are in the race, are still running. And there's still teams behind them that are still running. One of those is the OFIC team, the Rodney Irwood team. Now remember, this is the team that had trouble very early yesterday in the race when things began with a differential bolt, I guess, that decided to depart. They had to get that fixed. Then there's Money Shift Racing, who blew an engine and swapped in a spare crate engine, and they've been going strong ever since. So tip of the hat to those guys for working in the heat as it was getting dark out. They got it finished up, got out there, did a few recon laps, and now it's full beans, as they say, for that team.
It was on our screens. I just went and I checked it, Paulie. The lap previous to the one just completed was RPG's fastest lap of the race to this point. It was speculating as the sun started to rise, but it didn't heat up just yet. Would it get quick? Would we see some interesting lap times? Well, for RPG, the answer is yes.
So we have...
All right, we've got the took the Flagtronics marching ants up and working, part 3. That's over on our YouTube channel as well. We've got a car circulating with the little international symbol for the Red Cross symbol showing on their thing. They have to hit reset in the car, but I think what they ended up doing was they hit a curb pretty hard and set off the G meter.
Oh.
So they're not looking at their Flagtronics, and it's still showing the plus. It's the 502 car.
A Money Shift Racing car?
Yeah.
They did have an impact early, like somewhere in the night.
Yeah,
right?
they actually impacted a wall, crunched the front of that car up pretty good. Hood was sticking up in the air. They took it back to the garage area or the paddock area, and pounded it out, did some grinding and did some other stuff, got it back out there, and they're running pretty good.
Link 182 had to remove the Red Cross symbol from the nurse's hat in later releases of Enema of the State.
Oh, yeah. I do remember that.
I knew you would.
Yeah.
I guess it does not count for outright fastest lap of the race, etc. But the EC 511 BMW M3, they've also had their best to this point after more than 18 hours of running. So a couple data points suggesting the track is relatively quick at the moment, and a few of the drivers have their eye in as well. So, Team Bruce Innovations having a entertaining morning themselves, lapping around 2 minutes 11. Which again is only about a second and a half quicker than the time I had seen from RPG, who have just about backed it up with an identical one on the last lap as well. So in this stint, a couple of 212.8 out of a B class Mazda Miata that sits in that fourth outright.
Oh, so Bliss Racing, they blew an engine. So he said, we're obviously done.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Such nice guys. That's kind of sucks. Not how anybody wants to end their race weekend.
No.
Going home with a broke.
Especially those
car.
guys. There's such a good group of guys.
There continues to be some back and forth for the A-class lead there between Wheels America and Blake's Garage. Blake's Garage pitted with the purple 35 that we had just a couple laps ago, and that appears to have helped them maintain the A-class lead from Wheels America, who I think didn't benefit quite so much from any of that last time they stopped.
You know, it's really just, you know, the luck of the draw of where you are on track when the purple 35 comes out, right? If you're on the front straightaway in turn 1, 2, 3, it's going to take you a while to get back around to the pit entrance. So it may not be advantageous to pit. And then if you're on the back straightaway coming down the roller coaster when it comes out, then you can duck right in if your team is ready.
This is an interesting contest here. Rockwell having trouble with this Miata.
That Miata's pretty quick.
He's got a little bit of a run here.
Every time he went to pass me, it was in a corner.
Well, that gear change, the gear change is really not. They've got the power at the top end of the rev range, but when he makes the gear change, it just runs out of push. Now, I thought he had momentum there, Bill, making it to the top of roller coaster. When he made the gear change, he just fell apart. But yeah, the Miata kind of hanging it out there to stay ahead and doing a nice job of it.
Absolutely.
You would think he would just really chase him down through here, but no.
Tiffany, on your previous point, it's like, trying to roll a 6, and then when you roll a 6, rolling it again and trying to get a 6 again for 2 in a row, where it's not just where you are on the track, on the lap for when Purple 35 comes out, but also then where you are in your stint. So for it to do you a lot of good, you got to be at the right point in your stint when the Purple 35 comes out. And then, hopefully you're not too far away from the pit entry as well. You need both of those little windows to align.
Then you need your team to be ready to take advantage of those opportunities, right?
Correct. Has the next guy got his helmet on? Has he got his helmet on?
Wait, where's the driver? Where's the
Is he ready?
He's in the bathroom. Somebody get him. You know that's happened.
Oh, yeah.
Once.
And it's not a question the driver asks who's in the car. It's just, I need to get out. I need to get out.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys ready? I need to get out. Then it's everybody else on the team saying, where's Billy? Where's Tony? Why isn't he here?
I'm habitually ready and sitting in the pit box maybe 30 minutes earlier than I ever really need to. So that's
right.
But then there would come a day eventually where it's like, no, dude, you're in 5. Oh, better get my boots on. Yeah, that day will come eventually, I'm sure. But
I mean, because if you're doing it now, you're going to continue doing it. Because I'm like that. Yesterday, I was there 45 minutes before, only because I knew that something could happen.
Yep.
And sure enough, I went in 15 minutes early. I think it was 15 or 10 minutes early.
The driver on deck should be basically ready as soon as the driver ahead goes in. Because you never know.
I agree to that. I do agree with that.
He could be sick.
There is
2
something
laps.
to be said for always having the next driver ready for whatever happens. Having someone, ready.
Yeah.
Suited up.
Kind of sucks, but
at the ready. Yeah.
That's one of the nice things about the Stilo is you can put that on pretty quick if you need to. You don't have to worry about earbuds and all of that. You just pop it on, strap it, you're good to go. And I carried I had with me my own little cool shirt system. have a car battery with a cooler, so I can plug in and sit there and just wait until it's time for me to get in, and then
Yeah,
just
we have
switch
another
over.
cool shirt box that we keep in the pits now, and we can hook up and go
Yeah.
ahead and prime the driver that's going in and get it nice and cool before they go in.
Yep.
Yeah, Whitnauer had that as well. I don't
That's
use a cool
nice.
shirt, so
Because you're special.
because I'm
Yeah.
manly.
He said like 30 minutes after complaining how like sick, sore, and sorry for himself he was after just one stint. Like that's what you were saying just a little while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's just I'm out of shape.
And here we go. Yeah, I found out that I don't need all that stuff. It's just nice to have it.
Yeah.
When I was a couple of years ago, I raced. I've told this story at Gingerman, and the weather was like this, and I had no cool shirt, no drink bottle, nothing was working, and it was in the dead of the day, and I thought, wow, I'm probably going to get sick, but I didn't. I was hot. I got hot, but I was really well hydrated, really well prepared, and that's amazing how well that can carry you through.
Yeah.
Now it's RVA Graphics and Wraps in third who've just set their best lap of the race to this point with a 2:17.1. Tell me I'm reading that correctly, am I, for the third place car?
Yeah.
It's busy out there, trying to get
Busy
by
on
the
the
Corvette, Rockwell.
Yeah, this is how 901 Motorsports wins this race.
Whoa!
See?
Car!
Yeah.
Oh, we got a car
Whoa.
off. It was getting kind of crazy down there at the exit of Hog Pen, and sure enough, someone got a wheel off and lost it.
Was it an orange BMW?
Not sure if it was orange or
Oh,
red.
that's our car.
I wondered if it
Is
was.
that red and yellow?
Oh.
They're still trying to get motivated. Here we go.
You got it back. You got it going.
Yep.
Who's driving at the moment, Tiffany, and how scared are they going to be?
Right, I'm telling the team.
Probably a little late to the replay button there. I'm not sure the replay is even working right. Doesn't look like it. So maybe it'll kick in and start working here in a little bit. But yeah, Trophy Racing went for a little bit of a ride there, but looks like they're doing okay. So no apparent damage there. Rockwell
Looks like one of our
continues
new
on.
drivers. First time to Champ Car.
Oh, okay.
If I had to guess.
Being baptized appropriately.
By fire.
And red clay.
Welcome to Hogpen.
Yeah. So
I think he just got tied up in what was going on behind him and kind of, maybe not panicked, but got put in a position to where just not a good position.
Yep, Visceral Racing Group leads. Working lap 391. Rockwell Autosport Development in second. That's the number one car we were just watching. RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 111 in third. Number 600 of RPG is in fourth place in the leading B-Class car. Then it's Bulldog Racing, 901 Motorsport, car number 901. Rockwell Autosport Development, number 715 in seventh, as 901 just sets their fastest lap time of the day. Followed, not to be outdone, so RPG also sets their fastest lap time of the whole race. So, yes, Rockwell Autosport Development, 715 in seventh, Theoretical Racing in eighth, and Stug in ninth, with Blake's Garage in 10th. And the
Fully 4 cars out there set their fastest lap of the race on the lap they've just completed. So it is that magical and slightly glary, apparently, time out there. And excluding EC for this sort of fastest lap of the race calculation, it looks like it's the 2:12.4 of Rockwell Autosport. But again, RPG keep chipping away at these 2:12.8. They're only a couple of tenths away from that kind of pace. They're only 28 seconds away from third outright with RVA graphics and wraps. And in the battle going back and forth for the A-class lead, Wheels America have been cutting into Blake's Garage advantage and going 2.5 seconds past the last lap and sitting 37 seconds behind.
It looks like Danger Racing in the paddock working on the electrics beneath the dash, but driver in the seat getting ready to go out, so they'll be returning to the track presumably soon. Yeah.
That is the number 51 Ford Mustang. Glazed and confused, blowed up.
Oh, okay. I'll work on getting that changed over.
Oh, is that the green one? RTR?
Okay. Yeah, RTR.
Like a neonish green. Looks like everybody's getting a little racy out there. Sunrise has given some mega confidence. Oh, and a 211 out of the Rockwell Autosports Development Boxster. 211.9.
Nice.
Getting real racy.
That's getting it done.
Hyperspeed. Can imagine how like sketch the roller coaster might feel at that pace. Not even the roller coaster, the uphill S's. I wonder like if there's like a contact patch of about an inch left on those tires as the suspension completely gets unsettled and rises up as you're coming up those hills. You like get these, mini crests multiple times. I remember I was here, a while back. One of the first times I ever came here to drive, and I was doing check rides with Chin, and they're like, "Will you go out and give this guy a red check ride?" Sure. I don't know which way the track goes really, but like I can usually tell if somebody can drive or not, right? Mm-hmm. And it's in a GT3 RS. Holy maloli. On slicks.
Oh,
going
nice.
up the uphill S's. My rear end, I'm in a racing seat with a harness. My rear lost touch with the seat. I raised up so much in the seat, even with the harness. I was like, oh.
Nice.
But he had it very firmly in control. I was like, okay, that's what I need to do, but like a little more toned down. Because I'm in a Boxster. It doesn't quite do all the things that the GT3 RS does. But I was like, okay, well, that's my... It's always a fun way to learn a track, too, to go out with somebody who's got a ton of time on the track and let them scare the hell out of you. And show you,
Queensland
where you're
Raceway earlier today, sticking my head in the window of lots of cars and going, oh, this GT4 has got 2 seats in it, interestingly. Okay. And then I went and I stuck my head in one of the drift demonstration cars. I was like, this has got 4 5-point harness race seats in it.
Wow.
Like, okay, right, you can be the backseat passenger in a, 800 horsepower drift car. Okay, I guess that checks out. You can still see where it's going when you look out the side window. It's a drift car.
Good point. And you have a 1 out of 3 chance of getting in that one.
Yeah.
So
I can take so many people for a ride.
Good
wow,
morning.
that fast lap down to a 3-minute lap. Do we have a caution? I don't see anything on Flagtronics.
Where are you looking, Tiffany?
So the Rockwell did that fast 211, and the next lap was 302.
Have they... oh gosh, yeah, you're right. That is uncharacteristic, and it's not time for them to pit yet.
Right.
Sometimes it seems like cars only get tagged on some of this timing as having pitted as they leave pit lane. So if their pit stall is past the timing line, which is anyone? I was wondering if it's possible
I
you
think
could show a
most-
lap time like that without
Right.
having left pit lane yet.
I think most everyone here is ahead of the pit line because actual start finish is after the pit lane instead of
It's around at the exit, isn't it?
yes, like where a lot of tracks it's in the middle of the pit lane. I'm just assuming that's where the timing loop is, but
Is the fastest lap of the race to this point for RVA Graphics and Wraps in third as they find a 2:15.8. Some magic out there at VIR right now.
everybody's digging.
The track's
Whoa,
getting quicker.
Rockwell. Did you guys talk about this?
The 302 or the 211?
No, the one before that. 2:11.9.
Yeah, that's the one before that. 211. Yeah,
Yeah.
is their fastest time, and then they set a 3-minute lap after that, which is odd.
Yeah. It took out a high interest loan for that fastest lap.
Right?
Every loan
Tires
at the
down?
moment is, but anyway.
Kind of really want to nap, but I also really want to shower.
Nap in the shower. Oh, no.
No,
shower and a
shower
nap.
and a nap. Yes, in that order.
So coming up on 7 a.m., Vissel Racing Group leads the race over Rockwell Autosport Development in the number 1 car. RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 111 is in third. RPG fourth. Bulldog Racing is in fifth. Welcome, everyone, and good morning. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Virginia International Raceway. The Lifeline 24-hour classic Champ Car.Live presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Velton with David Haynes and Tiffany Alexander as we're calling the race for you and heading towards the checkered flag at noon today to put an end to this 24 hours of endurance racing. Right now on board with Rockwell Autosport Development, the reigning national champion who took the series champion earlier this year at Road Atlanta. And putting on a clinic today a bit for us as we're seeing some amazing lap times continuing to fall as the morning hours are upon us, and apparently the track may be getting a little bit better, and vision improving as well.
Yeah,
That's what it is. It's
coming
a combination of conditions and driver confidence, because in the heat of the day, you might have confidence, but the track's a little bit slipperier. During the middle of the night, it might be quite grippy, but you'll never have the same confidence because you just don't have all the same reference points and information. And this is that magical window in the race where you have both.
And as Tiffany mentioned, although we started the race with 80 cars, still the majority of them are out there, including Brew Crew Racing. We had Kyle Lockrow on the show yesterday, helping us call the race for several hours.
Yes,
And,
that was very helpful.
Did a
yeah.
great job, and he's racing with the Brew Crew team in the
Yeah, he was
Lager
on
car.
Overnight shifts, like at 12:30 to 2:30 or something like that.
Yeah. Now, they had some mechanical issues yesterday. They were out for quite a while, but then they had the car out on track by the time his stint began. So he's been able to go out and enjoy racing out here at VIR. The Atlanta Speedworks team brought several machines out to this track, as well as Rockwell Autosport Development and Wheels America. So,
Yeah, Atlanta Speedworks brought 3 Boxsters, and Rockwell brought 3 Boxsters. I don't want any more crap about me having 2 Boxsters.
is that your
You know,
justification?
I
But
have
look at that guy.
3 race prep Boxsters that showed up, yeah. All looking very nice. Both teams. Lots of blue Boxsters here. Just saw Brew Crew go by, and then the trophy wife right behind them.
That sun coming in, David, just bathing the cockpit of that BMW as they come down that straight section there.
So that is Jerome in the car. He also started the race, and I guess this is his second stint.
All right.
You've got that other style of helmet restraint than the classic hands.
Right. The release
Is
with
that-
the pole.
Is that a Simpson or one of the other ones? I can't remember what they're called.
The helmet
The
looks
well,
like Kilo.
the restraint on it. You know the
The
The quick
release
release.
yeah.
for the Hans. Yeah, there was a period of time. I don't recognize that release. There was a period of time, and I think Tiffany might be running those, where they had sort of a swinging hook, like fish hook.
I have those. Yeah.
That doesn't look like what he has. That looks more like a seatbelt lock from my viewpoint here. I'm not sure what the setup is.
Because one of the other, FIA standard compliant and blah 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 such, is I think Simpson make it, and it looks less like the hands and more like it's like a chest harness. Hold onto it. Good work.
Yeah.
And it's I think as far as comfort when you're in the car, no difference really. Maybe you get a tiny bit more movement, but in supercars, a lot of the drive is very fancy. For any time you're doing driver changes, it's a lot easier to get in and out with the driver changes with that system than a classic, hands.
Really?
Yeah,
Man,
well, it's just more
I keep
comfortable.
my helmet on my Hans at all times, and I just put it on all together. Doesn't seem to get in my way, but also I'm pretty used to it. So
He's using the. It's not a Hans. That's the.
the Simpson.
No, that's not a Simpson. That's the
Next gen?
next gen. Yes.
Okay.
the other
Yeah,
one.
because I have one of those. Well, I had one. Well, I had one of those. So
Because the purpose of it is to prevent your head going forward too far. In the most common standard garden variety hands, that also prevents how far your head goes side to side, not by intention,
had
but
that
as
one.
a consequence. And some of the other ones, they will do the correct amount of restraint with your head going forward, but as you're trying to lean your head side to side, in and out, getting in and out of the car, you get just a tiny bit more flexibility that way. And so for we don't have to worry about 30-second driver changes in most circumstances, so it doesn't really matter for us. But in supercars sometimes they need to do it, and so some drivers just prefer that, I guess, for whatever reasons.
what that one car where the driver went out. I think it was in English, so it probably went out the left side, and the new driver came in the right side. That was always interesting to see. It was super fast.
And I'm also thinking of safety, to how quickly can you get in and out of the car, especially getting out. We've seen some horror stories of drivers that couldn't get out, and not in Champ Car, but in another series where could get out of the car, just didn't have the flexibility to get out of the window when the car was inverted. So
That's not good. Yeah.
some scary things with that. So
That's what I worry about with, on track days, everybody brings their track car, also their daily driver, and, just whatever their toy is. Not the same standard of safety as like what we do. In those newer Camaros, the window is so short that you cannot get out that window with a helmet on. You have to there's no way you're getting out of it. Anybody.
The Challenger's the same way.
And that just makes me, old school makes me nervous. I'm just like, I don't like this.
yeah, they've lowered the roof line to the point where you need to do something with the door.
And so many people are tracking those cars.
And as
Yeah.
we've established with the second set of brake lights, Tiffany's not someone who plans to fail, but if it is going to fail, has a plan.
Yeah, I want to be able to get the hell out of the car if it's not good, right? Like,
Yeah.
Speaking of not good, it's time we take a quick break from this show. So we're going to do that and then be back in a few minutes. So you're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Virginia International Raceway. Stand by, we'll be right back.
online?
We do, with TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Good morning, everyone, from ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race, the Lifeline 24-hour classic at VIR. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by David Haynes, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong as we're continuing to follow and count down this race till noon when the checkered flag will fly. Vissel Racing Group leading this race. They pitted shortly after we took the stream live, I should say just before rather, as 400 laps show completed on Race Hero. Rockwell Autosport Development in second, back about 3 laps. Then it's RPG in third, the lead B-Class car. And then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps, Bulldog Racing, 901 Motorsport, Rockwell Autosport Development, the 715, Theoretical Racing in 8th, the Stug in 9th, or Stug, I believe it's actually Stug, and then Wheels America Racing, the 998 in 10th. So, looks like Atlanta Speedworks number 718 has crossed the pit loop. So they may be in the pits or just leaving now as Money Shift Racing. I hear air guns going, or maybe it's I guess it'd be electric. Removing a tire, so working on the right front.
Nice little wipe of the windshield there, because it would be a horrible time of day to be, having that too dirty, picking up too much glare off the low sun.
Yeah, we can see they have the anti-fog system installed on that windshield in case the VIR fog were to come across. Well, it would be condensation inside the window to avert that, but I don't think they had to use that so far this event.
I know 1901 set a green lap with a 2:18.1. RPG continued to just chip away at their times down to a 2-minute 12.1. That's all I see from that, at least on the last lap, as far as improvements are concerned.
Oh, if I see camera less than interested at the moment, we'll come back to that. Back to Rockwell Autosport Development, the number 1 car, as we said, in second place as RPG again. David sets their fastest lap time of the day. They're continuing to get those lap times down, now at 2:12.154. on their 395th lap. Simply amazing.
It's lowered it very progressively across this stint as well, because it was sitting at a 2:13 or a 2:14 or something, and then they got to a 2:12.8, and then they got to a 2:12 point something else in between, and then they got to this 2:12.1, and they just had a 2:13.8, which is good. So they're flying along, and they have gotten up into that 3rd overall. They were sitting in 4th overall when I joined our coverage here, but they've been one of the quicker cars lately.
And we're really privileged to have you along with us, David, of course, in Australia, joining us for the call of this race. So thank you very much again for joining us. It's always a pleasure having you along. And Whitnauer Motorsports, the team that Bill will be driving with, I think, again today. We'll see how things go.
The Mini with the big pizza tray in the center console. Pizza tray dash. Get some New York slices off of that thing.
It's a very unique dash. You know when you're in a Mini.
Yeah, because it's all the big, centrally located cluster stuff for whatever reason.
Have you driven one?
No, but I was definitely familiar. Like, if it didn't have that saying now, I'd be like, oh, this is the Mini, right? I know that they do that. I was aware that in some places, you know, they had the TAC and other things just in that central location, but that it wasn't US compliant. So there's like a repeater behind the steering wheel, I think, but only for the US market or some limited markets. And sorts of, they got too clever, they got too smart, they tried to be too unique.
Gotcha. I haven't either. I've been interested to drive one, but I've never driven one.
My dad.
Talking about?
This is
the Mini Cooper.
Oh, okay. What Bill was driving earlier. Okay.
Yeah. We were just wondering.
Now, this is my motorsport history. Is my dad used to rally minis in the 1970s.
Like the original minis.
Well,
the
yes,
minis
yes.
like James Hunt.
BMW hadn't bought them that early. So like like 1100cc, something like that. It says on the trophies. They were itty bitty back then.
Little minis for a reason.
They were kind of the in some parts of the world, they were kind of the Miata of that era. Incredibly lightweight, very easy to work on, lots of them about, oodles and oodles of parts. So were they the greatest rally car or circuit racing car? Maybe not, but they were very easy to get into. Although I think that generation of minis did have a reasonable presence in SCCA and stuff stateside in the era back then.
I don't remember really seeing the minis that much when in the late 70s and 80s when I was in the sport as a child, but what I saw was a lot of RX-7s and Datsuns and some Hondas and then some of the vintage, the older cars like the bug-eyed Sprites and the Austin Healey's and that kind of thing. I don't remember seeing much of the Mini Cooper.
I found an article about why I thought some of them raced in SCCA, and it's a gentleman that I used to commentate on who sadly relatively recently passed, but this article about his racing history talks about racing them in SCCA in 1971. Stuff like that. So maybe a little earlier, and then I guess they kind of didn't last as well into the muscle car era as maybe they remained more popular in Australia and the UK at that time.
Right. Really enjoying the ride on board with Money Shift. Just feels fast, and I just enjoy seeing this car running through the corners and the sound. That I know I don't have it shared. That's because we've had some audio issues. Sharing the audio over a long period of time, we can run into trouble. But it is enjoyable to see them out there, and of course they're friends of ours too. So that adds to it. But we do have some other teams here. Let's see. We've got Bent Over Racing's been working on their machine, and we've got Fuse 15. I've been showing them. Danger Racing is emerged from the paddock, and they've got their car out now. Let's see if we can improve anything on the quality here. Here we go.
I've got one of those a little pricier but nice, full service AIM dashes with the shift lights and the full tachometer in it. I think it's called an MXL2.
Okay.
Or something. There's the little ones that just contain the timing and maybe a warning light or two that log your data, and then there's those larger units that fully replace everything that you'd traditionally have in your dash cluster.
And you have to be running an OBD2 system, right?
guess so, yeah, because it has to pull the information about your rev counter and your wheel speed and all that.
Notice
So I've got
the
a
901.
guest up here for a minute.
What's that?
I've got a guest up here.
Oh, okay. I was
A
just
few minutes before he gets back in the car. Chip, typically with the Pinkies Out team that just kind of run away with the field, but today you drove the Bliss car yesterday, and today you're last night, and today you're driving with 901 Motorsports?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Can you turn it down a little bit? Screaming
Is it
in my
loud?
ears. Yeah, it's really on my ears. But
I think it's, he's got it cranked. Is that better?
Yeah, Bill's deaf. We established that earlier.
yeah, that's better. Yeah,
Okay.
Bill's old and deaf.
yeah.
So I drove since Pinky's Out. We're not doing it this year. A bunch of us tried to find some rides, and you know, I've been doing this since 2011, and I didn't want my streak to end.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did the second stint of the race with Bliss Racing in their little Red Rocket Miata, and that was an experience.
5-time? What's that? You say 5-time? What's that about? Bill says his nickname is 5 times. I've heard some other nicknames I'm not going to say on the show.
Number of wins.
I've got lots of nicknames. Yeah. I've won this race 5 times.
Ah, gotcha.
So the Miata was a different experience for sure.
You're used to passing people.
Yeah.
And it was the other.
I got passed a few times.
I asked him, I was like, do we see each other on track? Because we were out at the same time. He goes, yeah, I think you probably passed me like 5 times.
Yeah. But,
it's a different experience for me as well.
Yeah, it is. It was fun though. I mean, the Miata, it is. I mean, it's, Chris's cars, the Pinky Out cars are usually on the faster end of the track. So, a lot of times you just find yourself out there just trying to stay out of trouble and just really not racing anybody. Whereas,
just playing frog hop around the field.
Yeah, with the Miata, you get into some nice little battles and actually get to, go back and forth with a couple cars. So that was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Kind of a different style of driving a little bit, or just more heavily leaning on the momentum.
More heavily leaning on the mirrors.
Yeah, on the mirrors.
Yeah. But it was a lot of fun. I had a good time. And
good.
About 8 o'clock, I'm going to hop in the 901 car. That's I think currently in 6th place. So
yes, 6th place.
So that'll be a little more familiar turf for me.
And then Chris Huggins is in the Bulldog Racing.
Yep, Chris is in Bulldog.
So they're in 5th place. So go past Chris.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he's done driving. I think he did 2 stints, and this last one was I think at midnight. So they've been doing well.
Yeah, they're doing real well.
Yeah.
So Chip, Paulie here, and I'm noticing. I was just getting ready to mention before you joined the show. Thank you, by the way, for coming up and joining us. It's good to have you, as always. That the steering wheel is indexed to the left about 10 to 15 degrees. Is that due to an accident, or is that just, I don't know, it's just the way it is?
Oh, I'm seeing that now. I have no idea. I'm sure I'll be told about it.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know if the steering wheel goes on, if it's one of those spline style that could go on any old way, and they just stuck it on there and drove out, or if there was maybe some issue with the car. But,
no, I haven't heard yet.
Okay.
I just showed up at the track not too long ago. So.
Did you go get you some sleep?
I went home.
Oh, you went home. How nice is that?
Yeah, that was nice. Sleep in my own bed. I drove on Friday. I drove the 903 car, and the steering wheel in that car was turned about the same amount, and so you don't even pay attention to it as long as the car's driving straight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If the wheel's a little bit down one way, but it's not pulling on your hands that way, you can forget about it. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what was going on Friday with the 903. It was, tracking straight and everything was good. It's just the wheel, they actually popped it, kind of popped it off and just moved it over. I know with Chris's cars, when a wheel is out, it's usually some adjustment that we would make to bring the wheel back straight.
Gotcha.
But yeah, no, the car seemed fine.
Looks like they're towing in the 623, which is Team ACP. Just FYI.
Okay.
Tell me.
So what's with this little Miata? They are laying down some laps.
Oh, the
600
RPG?
yeah.
Yeah, that thing is quick.
Yeah.
Look at that, 213, 212.
Yeah. So who knows about them? Because we were talking earlier and we were like, who are these guys? Where'd they come from?
I have no idea. I saw a number 600 car leaving the track yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was 600. And I was like, oh, because somebody's weekend's done early and then there's a 600 car here. So I don't know if they had 2 cars or what, but I don't think they've been sending me any information. So.
Okay.
But the car is quick. It's a B-class car. So my guess is it's probably like a swap car.
Probably. Yeah.
It wouldn't have to be because it's an NC Miata, which is a 2-liter, which would be B class by default.
Right.
So it's not an NA or an
Yeah.
NB like a classic Miata. It's the slightly newer generation. It's a 2006.
2006.
It would be an NC1, which is a 2-liter, but that doesn't rule out the possibility of a swap.
Okay. Yeah. It's fast.
Of course, you could still K-swap, Ecotech swap, other swaps,
Yeah, that's
one of them,
fine.
as possibly as you could an NA or an NB.
So in the Blake's Garage 248 car, Michael Blake, the car owner, is driving. Okay. Go enjoy your stint, Chip.
Thanks, Chip.
Getting ready to go get dressed and get down to his team at an early time, not to be missed. He'll come back and talk to us later, maybe. Have a great time. Good to see you, Chip. Always enjoy seeing Chip. And,
Here's my theory, Tiffany.
Okay, what you got?
That the RP stands for Roger Penske, and that's why they're quick.
Roger Penske Group.
You know what? I can actually.
Speaking of which, it looks like they're
I'll tell you
not
what, he's
turning
not
laps.
one of their listed drivers.
Well, they're not turning laps, so they may have pitted.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they pitted.
And they've dropped to 4th as RVA has passed them. And Opel Throttle Racing, the Kermit car, they're not turning laps.
The Blake's Garage folks say that the Marching Ants feed is frozen. Maybe do we have a new one when we restarted the?
Yes, we're on to part 3 of Marching Ants.
But they are correct in that it is frozen because I noticed that the my feed is there and that's current, but the Marching Ants in the background is not working. So
we'll get that back rolling.
Most likely.
At some point in time.
We don't want to make any promises, but we'll try. We're very trying, as you know. Money shift in the pits. Telling me to check fuel pressure.
I don't know that we got one. Oh, off the other engine.
So they're having some concerns about the VTEC solenoid, and one idea was, do you want to swap it? And the response was, I don't know that we have another one.
Oh.
So they may be having some problems getting VTEC to kick in, which would make it really disappointing on the racetrack.
Basically not a Honda at that point.
Yeah.
You're just driving a glorified Daihatsu.
So obviously some performance issues that they're looking at there, and they probably swapped it over from the other engine when they did the engine swap, because you don't normally get all your solenoids and everything. And they have one and only one.
Oh.
More like a solo-noid then. No, I regret saying that. The words left my mouth and I realized the mistake.
Oh, believe me, worse has been mentioned on this show. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's par for the course, really.
Just checking that everyone's still awake on the stream.
Yeah.
They'll be,
groaning.
Yeah. It's either switching off or realizing they've got something better to do. So that's definitely an open throttle car in front of us in this view. They got, 2 or 3 green Miatas out there? Some a little more bare and naked than others. That one's relatively simple. At some point, it would be difficult but interesting to try to tally up which team has given the most new drivers a start in our championship. Because of the last couple of years, I think open throttle may be responsible for at least 10.
Yeah. They even have one of the car team names is New Guy. I love it. Open throttle, New Guy.
Actually, I said 10, and now I think about it, it could easily be 20 or 30.
Oh, sure. Because, I remember racing with a team, and it seems like there were 3 of us that were always kind of there, and there was always a new guy. There was like a revolving door.
Of new guys?
Yeah, because we just didn't have enough regular drivers, It was difficult to get that full team put together, and so I would imagine we were not the only team stricken with that you would have new people coming in frequently. Now, they didn't always have zero track experience and new to Champ Car, but you would imagine that's quite a few. Because I know that when I think it was it last year, I think I was doing a lot of tracking, and we were putting 10 new teams on the track on average at every race. That was the average. So you figure, wow, there's got to be new drivers in there, just in there alone.
RPG still not circulating the B class leader.
Uh-oh.
It's been quite a few minutes. They were, when we last saw them moving, they were 3rd outright. As you can see, they've just dropped behind Bulldog Racing, who, as a C class car, have snuck into 4th outright, surpassing that RPG Miata.
Yep, and this would give 901 Motorsport an opportunity to move up if RPG has woes in the pits. As Money Shift Racing as well, still working on that machine. Actually, as the bonnet goes back on. Wait a minute.
Saying that because I'm here, or would you normally say that instead of Hood?
I'm saying that. I'm not really thinking. I correct myself. The hood is not on. They are still working on underneath that hood.
Because if I'm being a bad example, I'll take that as a compliment. I'm always willing to be a bad example to follow.
When you spend so many hours on the broadcast, anything you can say differently, so you're not saying the same thing over and over. I can say bonnet, and most people will know what I'm talking about, even though I wouldn't normally say that.
So then, with this delay to the RPG 2006 Mazda Miata, looking like the next fastest classed car on track is 2nd place Rockwell Autosport, and we know they pulled out the fastest lap of the race within this most recent stint, so they've backed off a little bit from that 211.9, but still, on average, most laps 2 or 3 seconds faster than Visceral, and likewise, a second or more quicker than RV8 behind them.
And there you see the running of the A-Class cars, with Wheels America Racing leading A-Class, followed by Blake's Garage and Fuse 15.
Now, Blake's Garage haven't pitted, so that would mean that Wheels America caught and passed them out on track, having hunted down a 40-second gap. And there were some laps it was getting hunted down 3 seconds a lap. There were some laps it was getting hunted down maybe 5 or 6. So I guess that tracks out that with that kind of pace, you can close, half a lap in not too many laps.
Ooh, 901's coming in now. I'll tell you, I don't think Chip could have cut it any closer.
Yeah, he was supposed to come in at 8, he said, and looks like they're coming in a little early.
Woo.
Oh, I'm excited to watch this then. Has he got his helmet on?
It does look like he's getting ready, and I think he timed it right to get down there before, because he's ready to go. But I'll tell you, he didn't have much time.
Like, in goes my water bottle.
Yep, man.
Hey, Chip. Hello.
Okay, so I pulled up the tech form on the RPG. It is not swapped. It is the 2.0, as David said. It's got exhaust headers, bushings, pulleys, a few things, weighing in at a VPI of 435. So that's just being well driven.
I haven't seen much of it lately.
Flying by. Well, all through the night. And yesterday, I lost my page.
So it's help with a little bit of power, but it's not massively aerodynamic. Or is it on some really wide tires, or they are doing something handy with it?
I was gonna see if I could find their driver list. See if it's anybody that we know. We're like, oh yeah. Let's see.
I looked at the drivers, and I tell you what, Roger Penske wasn't one of them. That's all I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Alex Rubenstein, Cody Ace, Jeffrey Herridge, John Lewis, and, I'm not going to butcher this, Panagiotis Theodorakopoulos.
Wow. Well, that sounds like a fast name.
Sounds
Watching,
like 2 or 3
GT
fast
World Challenge
names all put
Australia
together.
Earlier
That's
today.
driving school for RPG?
Yeah, there are many names like that in Australian GT racing, between Stupas, Honduras. I'm missing a couple, but I think half the field is Greek.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
RPG still has not returned to the racetrack. Still shown not turning laps.
I haven't received any words about what might be going on. The 715 is leaving the pit lane. They're headed to pit out.
And Tiffany, since you're in the tower, when you see Bill Vertical, mention to him about, or try to remember to mention to him about the Flagtronics, please.
Oh, will do.
Thank you.
Did we want to do a 7:30 break?
Yeah, we need to do that real quick. So we'll take a quick break and be back in a few. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Visceral Racing Group is your leader. Stay with us, folks. Lots of racing on tap this morning. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't heard about this.
So I would actually go with the full synthetic.
Brake pads for the Duralast rotors.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
I did it. That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Welcome back and good morning to the Lifeline 24-hour classic at VIR on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum with David Haynes, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong. We're calling the race for you all the way till noon, when the checkered flag will fly and we will crown a winner for this year's Lifeline 24-hour classic. Right now, Visceral Racing Group leads over Rockwell Autosport Development, again setting their fastest lap time of the event, now with a 2:11.226, followed by RVA Graphics and Wraps 3 laps back. Then it's Bulldog Racing RPG, still yet to apparently emerge from the pits or the paddock, now in 5th place, and still not turning laps. Then it's 901 Motorsport in 6th with Chip at the wheel. Then it's Theoretical Racing in 7th, Rockwell Autosport Development number 715 in 8th, the Stug Racing or Stug Racing in 9th, Wheels America Racing in 10th. So good morning, everyone. Hope you had a good night's rest, or if you're at the track, at least you're holding up to this endurance race weekend. As we go on board with Atlanta Speedworks in their 718 car. Just having a good race of it. On board with the number 1 car, as we've been, as they're still working their way through traffic. Money Shift Racing having some issues with what they thought to be the VTEC solenoid. I would say, judging by the way they're closing in here, they get that VTEC solenoid working to some degree.
They're pulling on a BMW E46, so they've got to have at least a little bit of poke going on, because even the lower spec of that generation of BMW 3 Series, they might be a bit heavy and ponderous off some of the corners, but they pull very well further down the straights.
And we've got our secondary Flagtronics system up and running again, so now that's populating and working the way that it was.
Still no RPG, Paulie. Still no RPG.
Yeah, it's disappointing for that team, of course. They've had such an incredible run so far this weekend. To find themselves out at this point would be very disappointing, so we're hopeful for that team to be able to get back out there. And Chip, we spoke with him earlier at the wheel now in the 901 Motorsport machine, and really only had moments to spare as he left the broadcast booth to go down and get ready for his stint today. Was able to enjoy going home and sleeping in his own bed before coming back to the track to take the stint. I've had thoughts of that when I raced at Mid-Ohio. It's like, and Gingerman's like, I could probably go home and make it back. It wouldn't be, especially if I drove later in the afternoon, it would be fine.
There's always that sort of awkward in-between distance, and this was a conversation I had with Lee Moorman of Daring Greatly Racing. It was like, hey, when we're racing at I should have slipped my mind. Autobahn. I was like, I know approximately how far that is from your house. Like, do you stay, or do you make the commute both days? And it's like, it's sort of an hour and a half to 2 hours or something around that. And it's just sort of that sort of awkward distance where you think either could work, either would be right, depending on just how you want to do it.
Right. Gorgeous sun coming up over the Alton, Virginia racetrack here. As the morning is upon us.
That chicken bone got 70% of the way down my throat before I realized there was a bone in it.
Oh, careful.
I'm alive. Yeah, I'm alive, don't worry. I think RVA will be probably the next car to make a stop with our top three. It can't be too far away for them. 370, 410, that's 40, 41, 42 laps into the stint, and we said 45 would be a good number. Well, that's a nice little hand gesture. That's a friendly one. We love a friendly one.
RPG has lost a position this time now to 901 Motorsport as Race Hero continues to show them not circulating.
This could end up being a job for Detective Tiffany.
Right, but they're like one of the very few teams that's like not communicating with me via text, and I didn't see them in the. I'm not sure. I didn't see them in the pit or paddock today.
We could have Bill go down
looks
there.
like, but, well, I already sent Bill on a mission, and he successfully,
Well, he
nailed
needs
the mission fantastically. So,
but he needs to go down and set up a camera for me for the start-finish line anyway. So he can go down and set up the start-finish camera, and then find out what happened to RPG.
Did the 51 stop circulating as well? 51 is our
51 is being black flagged for leaking fuel.
Oh, they were leaking fuel like crazy yesterday. The second stint, it was just pouring out of there.
At these prices, in this economy?
Right?
It's America, man. You just throw gasoline away.
Apparently, but you still get a black flag for it.
Yeah, yes. But, it really means nothing. There's no monetary value to it.
Especially not when on the track.
once it's paid for by the other team members, it becomes meaningless.
You have no spare cameras? You said the RoboCam's not working? Or the...
Well, he can't aim it at the tower from his location, to stay at the flag stand from his location is what he told me.
Yeah, because you can't.
It's we're 3 rooms over.
And I thought I was going to be able to aim it out of here, but I can't. And I thought I tried doing that a couple of years ago too, and I forgot.
Could you go live on Facebook on your phone?
I can go live on. No, because I got rid of that app. Let me think what I can do.
The cameras to commandeer. It is 7:49.
Who's not live?
Hard 6.
Oh yeah, they've been popping back and forth between cars. So one of them is in the garage. Which one has a camera in it?
That's CCL3 that's not being used. It's dark.
That's the hard 6, right?
Yeah. So money shift coming in.
You know where they're at?
And the roller coaster camera, and then 11 that never started up. So those 3.
Is it 34 not turning laps? Roller coaster is non-accessible during a hot track.
Fuse 15 just set their fastest lap time of the day at 2:18. Fastest lap of the race. Not just the day.
So they're third in A class. A class is the most competitive at the moment as far as the gap between first and second. Blake's Garage have it at the moment. Wheels America have just made their pit stop. 1 lap down to Blake's Garage at this point. But I think Blake's Garage themselves may be only 30 minutes away from their next stop as well. So it's kind of going back and forth. Pardon me again, between those two at the moment.
So the 51 of RTR, that Ford Mustang that was reported dropping fuel, they've come into the pits right now. I just saw them pull in. Also, Visceral just pulled in. I believe that is our lead car, maybe?
Yeah, should be. If it's the 918.
918.
Yeah. Money shift still having some mechanical woes with that Honda. Again, concerns perhaps about the VTEC solenoid as they're working on the right side of the engine there.
I saw the science project number 27 heading out pit lane towards the pit out. There goes Trophy Wife. Headed to start finish. And I believe that is what's his name? Paul is in there. He is new to Champ Car. His first Champ Car race ever. Doing pretty well. Stayed out of trouble so far. Put down a few laps. 2:27 last time by. So each lap he's taking a little time off of there. Getting it done.
It absolutely is the leader on the lane at the moment.
Yeah, now it went salmon.
Rockwell can't be too far away either from second. This has been a longer stint from Rockwell than it's been from Visceral.
Oh yeah, it has been quite the long stint on it. So I guess we'll look to see them come in. They their pit stall is the beginning of the pit entrance, so or back towards that. So we usually don't see them until they're exiting, headed to pit out.
Can you see RVA? They must be also ready for a pit stop soon.
They're at the opposite end, right at pit out. I have not seen that car roll through. I usually see the car roll through, and I know that they're headed in, right? Because I don't see them headed out.
And I see the driver of the number 1 car loosening his belt, so he's getting ready to come in. I noticed he was a little soft getting into the oak tree. I thought maybe he was running a cool down lap.
Yep. Y'all called that one.
Now we just wait to see it on the in-car camera tip.
I was thinking, when you do this long enough and you get like good, no, you get lucky. Right?
Sorry. I shouldn't have spoiled, the illusion behind the curtain. It just made everyone think that you had some sort of precognition. I'm sorry.
Polly totally has precognition. Think like the driver that is in the car.
Yeah, that would be great.
It's like, I'm channeling that driver. This is what he's thinking.
Oh, the one that I like is when they think, because I talk about, if you talk about rain happens, or because you talk about a car doing great at brakes. If I had that kind of power, I could bottle that up and sell it. That's what my colleague Bob Varsha would say every time we came to that talk. If I only had that kind of power.
Oh, the camera cars. It's like, if we had that power, we'd be selling it.
Yeah. Coming up on 8 o'clock here at VIR, as the number one is in the pits getting their driver change done.
I miss seeing Bob this year. I didn't go to Road Atlanta in person, our annual Road Atlanta retreat.
Yeah.
You got to hang out with him, though.
Yeah, I sure did. Yeah,
we'll have a good time.
Yeah, it was fun.
It's always nice to be in the midst of a pro,
Yeah. Especially just Bob. He's just a great guy.
Makes you feel fancy.
Yep.
Okay, we are showing Rockwell in, but I will only see them when they're on the way out. So I will let you know when I see them go by.
And just before they stopped, Rockwell managed to go even faster than the 2:11.9 and improve the fastest lap of the race to this point to a 2:11.2.
It's just sick. Let's see if their drivers want to drive for me.
I don't have, my clock is not running properly, so I apologize for that. I will get that corrected. I'm just realizing
on
now
the left in the small font is correct. It's the big font down the bottom that you must have wrong.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like Visceral is gone from their. Oh, yep, it's showing them pit. It's showing them the little pit thingy on Race Hero, but they're actually out, and they'll clear it the next time by. So they're back on course.
I know I'm not crazy. There's a car. There's a car stopped near Flag Marshal Post 14, which is before the top of the roller coaster. Looked like a blue BMW E30, just as we saw it from the perspective of Trophy Wife Racing. There it is. Who is it?
Not us. Okay. The 981 just came to a stop in front of what looks like the wrong pit stall. Yes, actually about 2 pit stalls down from the correct spot. We're 3 down, so they're pushing the car back to the correct pit stall. And the 718 just passed the 447 on the front straightaway under yellow. Everybody in the whole tower saw that.
Oh,
congratulations!
And their mamas.
Trophy Wife just got passed under caution.
On the front straightaway.
Yeah, right in front of everybody. That's the way to do it.
Right in front of God and everybody. 585 is headed out of AOA.
Gave the position back, and that's a rookie maneuver there. Never give your position back when they pass you like that, because then you're passing.
Right,
and you get
we
busted.
do have a rookie in the car, so he may
not
know that.
And to my point before, if the driver we're on board with maintained 35 miles an hour.
Being pushed in. They're being pushed down the pit lane. They may be out of gas. The 111.
Oh, RVA.
I think they've run out of gas. They're pushing it to the pit stall.
And money shift. Heading back out here as we're under caution. And there we can see it's flag station 13.
Okay, the number 1 is headed back out. Headed to pit out.
Holder of the fastest lap of the race, Rockwell in second, 2 laps away from the race lead, but just taking a second here, a second there, a couple seconds per lap out of it as far as pace is concerned.
You'd think that
and also managing that really good long stint as well.
So Visceral came in, I think, while we were still green, correct? Yes. And then Rockwell came in a lap or two after that, and we went caution while they were in, so they're going to get back out. And Visceral still hasn't crossed the pit loop yet because we're at
Gap's down to 1 lap.
Yep.
Gap for the lead's a 1 lap and some change.
It really worked out for Rockwell, the timing of that, and just kind of the luck went their way. Or maybe they saw something on track and went ahead and decided to duck in, assuming that a yellow would come out.
All right.
Good view of one of the trucks here.
All right, gang. I think, sorry to interrupt there, David. I think we're going to go ahead and break for commercial. Let Doc take us out here.
All right, now we're supposed to be at commercial. You're watching ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. We will be right back with the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, folks. Hang with us.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. ChampCar.Live.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everybody to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Still under caution here at Virginia International Raceway. As you can see, the flag corner station number 5 is displaying a yellow. And so cars have been slowed to 35 miles per hour, where they will maintain their position under this so-called Code 35. Until such time that the track has been deemed ready for racing. And then they'll go back to caution for a brief moment and then back to green. We'll continue from there.
Now, RVA did get to their pit stall and then get out in reasonably good time. And so, seeing as they had that need to get pushed down pit lane that Tiffany reported on, it happened under Code 35 out on track. I think they lost a lot less time than they would have otherwise.
Yeah, very fortunate for them to have that kind of luck. So, and it was, as was reported, I noticed this morning as I was logging in and listening, getting ready, that we haven't had maybe as many cautions, of course, over the evening hours, which I kind of predicted. It seems like we get a lot of that out of the way early, but this race, I'd say, has had more cautions than we have had in the past. Still quite a few, so which does it gives the drivers a little bit of rest, but it also adds a little bit of interest to the mix too for the viewers.
Wally, I love this camera view because if they exceed 35 miles an hour, it's going to directly tell on them.
Yes, and we had noticed some of the drivers exceeding. You can only do it for a brief moment. You can't do it for long. If you carry it through, a turn or two, you're done for. They're going to bring you in. And of course, as Tiffany pointed out, they won't bring you in now. They'll wait until we're back to green and then bring you in.
I don't know about your experience in some of this racing, but I've now driven 4 different cars at 4 different teams, and basically all of them, if you say, the pit lane speed or this kind of Code 35 speed, the throttle response on all of them makes it actually difficult to hold speed at low RPM. It's sort of surges and seizes a bit. You got stuff like people put lighter flywheels in. You're tuned for power at the top of the range, not direct and linear throttle application at low power and low RPM. And so it is quite easy to go up 32 miles an hour, up 37, 32, 37.
Just going downhill.
Yeah.
Well, and Tiffany have had this conversation because that was something that she too observed, because I've never driven under the Flagtronics rule. So I'm not familiar with the experience, and Tiffany, you noticed that as well as difficult.
Yeah, I don't like it really. I mean, I understand it completely from controlling the race and getting us back green and all those things. It makes 100% sense, but just like as a driver, it's not something I really enjoy. I'd rather have I know it sounds terrible. I'd rather have a full course caution. Not 97 of them like we have had of the purple. So maybe I would have a different perspective if all of these were full course, because it would be even more yellow laps. But I like it when it bunches them back up. I don't know.
So David, I want to get your opinion on this because I floated this idea to Tiffany. She likes the idea, and of course, anything that you like, Bill will dislike because that's just the way it works. So I'm considering, and Tiffany's on board with us putting in a cruise control, an aftermarket cruise control in the Honda, so that we could just set it and forget it. Just let the cruise
set it on
control
35.
And I'm wondering what you think that would be like as a driver. Do you think you would prefer something like that, or do you think, no, I don't want that?
Well, it's something that is already done in racing in other categories, like in IndyCar, for example. At some ovals, they have 2 pit lane speed limiters. They'll have 50, 60 miles an hour in the pit lane, and then another limiter for like 80 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour at some of these short ovals where the main pit lane speed limit ends, but then they're held to a second, slightly faster speed limit on the apron on the way out or in, so that on cold tires they don't, spin and spear up in front of fast racing cars. And then in WEC, at some circuits, the pit lane speed limit is 60 k's an hour, but again, their code 35 equivalent of full course yellow is 80 k's an hour. So they've got the 2 pit lane speed limiters. We go green on track.
Yes, green.
So it'd be exactly the same as that. It's like a glorified pit lane speed limiter, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of them have like 20 mile an hour pit lane speed, right? So they hit the button and it stays at 20. You come in, and that's not too hard to do, to stay under the 20 because it's such a short distance. But when you're doing lap after lap, I don't know.
So I think, Paulie, this is my feedback. If it's like a cruise control where you press a button on a stalk or whatever, and then it just tries to hold 35 miles an hour, no. But if it works like a pit lane speed limiter where you still got to have your foot on the throttle, but then it sort of cuts out post 35 miles an hour, I'd be down for that if it operates like a pit lane speed limiter, not like a highway cruise control. 3 wide, the 901.
Yes, with the I believe that's the 918. I believe it said right next to them as they head up the hill here at roller coaster. There'll be a bit of a dip here, and then they'll finally come to the highest point of the racetrack before they make the dive down into one of the lowest parts of the racetrack at the hog pin.
Isn't that it's a Boxster?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's one of the Rockwell.
Yeah.
718.
I mean, yeah, that's what I said.
Sure, okay.
718 is also 718. But it couldn't work like the standard cruise, right? Because I wouldn't. If you're going downhill and it's picking up speed and going over the speed, then you'd have to hit the brakes and then it'd kill the set. You'd have to reset it, right?
Right.
It depends. The Toyota that I drive, the cruise control within some limits will decelerate you down a steep hill to hold it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it kind of leaves you in the gear, so you get some engine braking and.
No, this is a hybrid, so it just regenerates. But yeah, similar thing.
It's doing something there, and I've noticed modern cruise controls will try to do that too when I'm on the highway. An aftermarket, I don't know that we would have that kind of advantage. Ooh, lots of dust thrown up there as a car ahead lost control. So for a moment, some blinding smoke, unable to see, but gets through that just fine.
Yeah. So my final word is I'd as a driver, I think rather it is something that limits the throttle past 35 miles an hour, not something that holds the throttle for you.
See, but you don't want to be under 35 either, right?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying you'd keep your foot on the throttle, and then it'd cut at 35 like a pit lane speed limiter does.
So you could be like full throttle and it'd still just stay at 35?
Yeah, it'd probably go pop, 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 or whatever they do when they sort of cut ignition like some of them do, or like some traction control systems do. So you'd probably, be going around like a third throttle or whatever, and it'd hold you there.
Yeah, it's almost like you need something like a governor when you're driving by wire, where it's just holding you there. And that's because I had a minivan.
I'm kind of thinking the same thing. Like, it'd be nice to just set it and kind of forget it, kind of ish, and back to yellow.
Yeah,
and be able to like kind of stretch your legs in the car,
Yeah, we're showing a debris flag over here, and we've got, looks like a vehicle stopped over there as the cars are coming by.
For start finish, Bill. Start finish. Okay, he's gonna put CCL 11 at start finish.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
It's live right now if you want to check it out.
Yep,
I
got it.
The Blake's Garage live feed. They said it's back online, and Jim Bist is driving for Blake's Garage currently.
All right. Bill's
Team Danger's got a new stream too. I'll send you that one. Make sure you got that.
Race flag.
I just want to also compliment one of our drivers. He's brand new, first Champ Car race ever. First time, I'm pretty sure this is his first time ever driving our E36. Within 6 laps, he did a 2:24 in the car, which was pretty much quicker than like half of us. Best time.
That's good. So, Paulie, is the yellow on the sort of TV graphics just picking up because of the debris flag at one corner, or is it code 35 everywhere? Because I'm seeing this, I think it's just a one local debris flag.
You're talking about the Flagtronics pylon showing yellow?
The pylon on the TV graphics that our viewers see.
And you're wondering, is it triggered because of a code 35 or even a local yellow?
Oh, it is code 35 everywhere now.
Okay. Well, I think it's triggered when we have at least the full course caution or the code 35. I haven't noticed that the local yellow is triggering it, because with Race Hero, there's a gigantic yellow flag that flies over the web page when they go yellow, and when that happens, that's when the pylon changes. So that would only happen in a full course situation. So I don't think it responds to local yellows. Now I know Flagtronics inside the car responds to it. So as you're approaching the corner, it'll go yellow and let you know, but not the pylon, which makes sense. That's probably the right way to do it. Uh-oh, we've got some audio glitching coming on. Darn it. I don't know, are you guys able to hear me? Doesn't sound like it. Rats. We've got a bit of a mess there that they're working on. Oh, you do hear me. Okay. Well, I cannot hear you guys, so let me try leaving this feed, and I'll try to rejoin. Having some audio trouble with the crew here, so I'm trying to resolve that issue as we are under caution here at VIR. Okay. Can you folks hear me in the tower?
They're not. Sorry, it kicked all of us, and it said meeting has ended, and I rejoined, and they haven't yet.
Okay, so I can hear you just fine. So that's good news. And once I get this launched, I can share the screen with you again. So sorry about that. There we have it. And then unfortunately, I'm not sure Tiffany knows how to join the broadcast, so we'll get her back in here as soon as she can figure that out.
So, Polly, what angle are we looking at there where they were very clearly putting down oil dry for the...
This is supposedly going into turn number 1.
So it is. Of course it is. Yeah.
See the dip there, and so this looks
so
like...
it's on the racing line there on the left-hand side where they were most worried about the fluid down.
Unfortunately.
A couple of cars are staying off it now, but eventually people are going to venture across there and disperse a little bit of it. And
yeah, looks like some of the cars are taking that line to help work that off, and then we'll be back to green here hopefully before not too long.
Is there a black flag out for 981?
Let's take a look here. Oh, I see.
Yeah, Marching Ants has it colored that way. I don't know if that is a slam dunk or just a...
Well, I think that's the box is at least for the leader, but I don't know about the black outline around the dot.
No, so near corner 15.
Okay.
Sorry, they're somewhere here.
Number
the
1?
The 981.
The
sister car
981
is instead of in a purple blob, a black blob.
I'm not seeing that. I see the.
I think it's stopped behind flag 15 on this graphic now.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it might have been the car that was putting the fluid down, and therefore has been instructed to stop.
Could be that they're stranded there, and they're black flagged maybe. And we have debris flags now showing it turns 1 and 4.
That's where the trucks were putting down the stuff for the oil. Oh, yeah, you can see it very clearly, the line of... Yeah, I suspect the car that has left that much fluid between turns 1 and 4 and potentially further around would probably be given a black flag. And there is only one that I'm seeing that look like they have one. I'm putting 2 and 2 together. I'm getting 4. It's not necessarily the whole truth.
But if they've made it all the way around to turn 15, this could be a lengthy yellow.
You tell me if you think you smell Porsche oil.
Well, I've been thinking the BMW E36 that we used to campaign held somewhere of 10 quarts of oil. So you could oil down an entire racetrack if you were really talented.
Now, here's something I do like about the Code 35 that you might not get under, your local yellows or even a full safety car. It's at that speed with that significantly reduced speed with that amount of visibility, you could see a few of the working trucks were able to kind of back up a little bit on circuit and still be able to do it safely, which you don't want working vehicles going the wrong direction to the racing circuit under safety car or any other green track condition.
Right.
With now a lead Class F still? Question? Answer, yes, by 11 laps over open throttle racing's 1994 Miata.
Yeah, while we're at break, well, we're not really at break, but we're under caution here. I'll cycle through the various classes so that you can get a bit of an idea of where the cars are at class-wise. So you can see Blake's leading A-class followed by Wheels America Racing number 998. Fuse 15 is behind them in third. Then it's two open throttle racing machines, Misco Motorsports, Sparrow Speed, etc., etc.
Does that make you happy, Paul?
Control, I've got a sweet
A good night's sleep makes me happy.
I know.
Right. So Max from California just got in the 918 car, a Visceral, and he's the speed demon.
Oh, you're asking me about the camera. Yeah, thank you, Bill, for that. It took me quite a while, but I finally caught up with the question. Thank you for
I got
that.
asked about a Flagtronics crash we had last night, and I'm like, maybe it was this morning. No, it was 11 o'clock last night.
Day starts running together.
Completely forgot, yeah.
We've both been up since 6 o'clock a.m.
Are you
sometime
zoomed
yesterday.
in? I think you're zoomed in on that. It should show more of the bottom.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
Scale to fit frame or something like that. If memory serves.
Oof. Don't drive through that stuff.
Well, somebody's got to drive through it.
Yeah, it's racing line, so someone will have to eventually, and I think I'd rather test it at 35 than stay off it at code 35 and then only hit it at racing speeds.
And then you kind of grind it in and get it
sucks
absorbed.
Sucks it up into your air cleaner.
Well, as long if they're leaving it on the
second pass,
if
they're
they've left
putting
it
that
on
down
the
in
track,
that area.
There's not much that can be done. I mean, they've left it on the track in the racing line. I mean, it's going to happen.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Yeah, because I did that here back in 09 or 2010 at the 24. They on the front straightaway, Tony Stewart's car just blew up, and so where they put it on there, and I wasn't thinking because again, Bill doesn't think when he's been up for 24 hours. And I'm just driving through it, and we got home, and it was just like the K&N filter was just caked with this stuff, this kitty litter stuff. Of course, it absorbed all the oil from the air filter.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Well, VIR is really good at picking up this stuff. And do they know who did it?
I was speculating. The only car I saw that had a black flag or like a meatball flag or equivalent was 981, and then it looked like they were stopped by flag post 15.
Mm.
Yeah, because that's going to be a bill. We pass on those types of bills to the racers.
That would be the Atlanta Speedworks group. One of their drivers.
It picks up right here coming into the south pit. There's a big line going in the south pit.
Is this where you say money shift? Because it was between, 3 and 4?
Hmm.
That's from the previous car, the 600.
So they just said 600. So they might know something about why the RPG Miata stopped circulating. They were just talking about that number on the radio there. So that would suggest that at least one corner worker saw maybe a mechanical problem for the car that is still leading B class by laps. What have they got? They've still got 45 laps to the RTR Honda S2000 in B class, but you'd need to get back out to defend that in the time remaining.
And just as a reminder, there is a significant amount of kitty litter down on this racetrack, stretching from the entry to turn 1 all the way through 4. So just make your drivers aware of that if they aren't already.
And then the trucks are obviously still past corner marshal post 6. If the white flag's displaying there, I think they'd be dropping down the kitty litter post that flag.
And the 981, that's black flag is circulating. So it might be...
They just sent out the big sweeper with the blower and stuff on it, so that'll help.
Yep. The 981
that one expensive, Bill?
is coming in.
981, yeah. He's
on the
flatbed.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if the flatbed will have to stop at Black Flag so that he can serve that penalty.
Oiling down the track. Just rub it in, Paul.
Sorry, you're going to have to stop here. But my car's in pieces. I'm sorry, you still got to pay. You either do the penalty here or at the next race. Which do you want?
He is. He's hauling butt, too. It looks like he's going really slow, but he's doing probably 30 miles an hour.
No, he's not.
It doesn't look like it's a device meant for high speeds. It's maybe meant for polishing the ice between hockey games.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's fired up, man, because he hasn't been able to pull that out all night.
Finally.
Get to work. Yeah. I'm sleeping all day. I finally get to do something.
Been on standby, itching to get out.
Yes.
At alert. Finally, after 2 hours, 30 minutes, my time has come to sweep up this racing line.
And those guys are doing 35, so he's doing 5, 4, 3 maybe.
You'd have to break into like a power walk or a brisk jog to keep up.
Maybe.
Well, for more hard-hitting racing coverage, stay with us. We'll be right back for more of this in just a few. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at VIR, and we're cleaning up the racetrack. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
No. Seriously?
Come on.
Oh, no, no.
You for real?
Dale.
Really?
Wow.
So maybe just a cable?
We can help you.
Welcome to America's #1 battery destination, AutoZone, your battery solution.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the Zamboni 24 hours at VIR. Just kidding.
Now, my Australian's going to be on show here, Paul, when I say a few of the instruments we've seen out here cleaning up the track look like they could be used to prepare a cricket pitch.
I like it. And Bill was confirming while we were at the break with me. He said they're oil drying all the way back up to 17. And I said, yeah, if you're gonna do it with style. I mean, if you're gonna oil down the track, just do the whole thing. Just blow it for everybody. So yeah, the 918, not the most popular car. 981, not the most popular car in the paddock right now, unfortunately. But it bears, I'm joking about it, but really it is a problem. When you notice that, you should know when you're dropping oil, you usually can smell it. If you're a new driver, and a lot of our drivers are, that's a sign that you're probably dropping it. It's unlikely if you smell oil being burnt off on a header, if you smell that odor, that it's just being burnt there only and it's not dropping onto the track. They want you to bring the car to a safe, controlled stop off the racetrack. Hopefully not in tall grass, because you don't want to start a fire. But stop it there, and they'll come get you and put you on a flatbed, and they'll keep that oil from getting on the track, so we don't have these situations. So,
yeah, obviously we've seen cars, come to a stop, get put on a flatbed, and get taken back to the access roads, and us get racing a lot quicker than this, where it's a little more protracted.
And it also creates a dangerous, it's a pretty serious safety concern as well. Obviously, putting oil down on a racetrack is very dangerous.
Especially for the drivers who come in behind the car that put the oil down right before they get them mowed down, right?
Yep.
It's always a rude awakening for your stand. Slipping around.
And even after all of this best attempt at cleanup, the track will still be away from its best grip for a little while.
Yes, Frank, the race control log is going to be spotty. We just don't have the staff to cover that for 24 hours, plus run this show and everything else we're doing. So for today's event, it would be spotty. So thank you for your understanding in that.
Yeah, sorry. We just kind of dropped the ball. Actually,
we just ran out of arms and hands and heads to do it.
Yeah.
So
I had one of the radios and went for a walk to check on teams. I kept the radio where I could, hear if they brought anybody in and that sort of thing. And Bill had the other one, I think, the race control. I don't know. He only had half the story, and plus he needed a nap. I had to walk or I was going to fall asleep. But I got all that beautiful intel about, who's done and who's working on the car and how close they are to getting it back out.
Yeah. Well, thank you for doing that.
Nice to kind of walk around at 3 in the morning.
Now, I think one of the cameras we were just on previous to that, Paulie, we could see Wheels America Racing, who are now 9th outright. They've just completed one. That's them? Is it a question? Looks like it.
I don't
Could
know.
be.
I don't know.
regardless of whether that particular vehicle is 998 Wheels America Racing, it remains factual that Wheels America Racing have gone into ninth outright, having gained positions from Stug and RPG, and therefore that puts the A-Class leading Blake's Garage, Miata, to 8th outright, and there is apparently a lap between them in that class, 2 laps between the outright leader and Rockwell Autosport, and now it scores it back to 1. So that's, we'll see what that shakes out as when we get green flag racing again.
Yep. And as we mentioned, looking at a lengthy caution here as the officials work to clean the track, at least get some oil dry down to restore some of the grip to the racing surface where that oil was put down. And as they work through that, they follow up behind it with a sweeper to that's a blow machine, I believe, like a jet blower to blow that the excess off, so that we don't have all that stuff getting into the eyes, ears, noses, and throats of all the drivers that are out there.
I should never doubt myself. I'm pretty sure checking against the marching ants that the car I was looking at was 998 Wheels America Racing, because they are just at Hogpen-ish or a tiny bit further around now. They are, of course, in a little bit of traffic. That's why we could see them on another camera, and it makes them difficult to immediately spot on this, because there is a whole heap of cars between the 15 there and the start-finish line. Well, it's comparatively empty around the oak tree at the moment. See 998 just crossing the start-finish line here. It's underneath 119. Now, if everyone does a whole lap at 35 miles an hour, there really shouldn't be much variation to last lap time.
Good point.
The old equivalence being putting more than one slot car in the same lane.
And as we mentioned, and if you're just joining us, welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're under an extended caution, purple 35, as the crews are working to clean up an oil spill that seemed to stretch nearly, if not the entire distance of the racetrack. So they're working on that, and probably about halfway to 2/3 of the way through that process right now. Earlier in the race at 1 o'clock, I had made some notes that Visceral was leading at the time, followed by RVA Graphics and Wraps, Wheels America, Rockwell Autosport, and 901 Motorsport. Those were like the top 10 cars of the field at the beginning of the race. Brew Crew had mechanical issues early on, and it took them out of the race for quite a while as they worked to repair that. After several hours off track, they were able to get the car repaired and get back on track, turning laps. And during that time, Kyle Lockrow had joined us in the booth and was helping us call the race. Money Shift Racing blew their engine, and they were able to replace that engine with an import engine that they had, which must have been like a crate motor, basically, from a performance company, I take it. And got that engine put in, and they've been out ever since. Now, they have had some issues, perhaps with a VTEC solenoid, and there's been some concerns about that. They were in and out of the pits a couple of times working on that, but they are on track now, as you can see.
And about the Brute car, while we were on our last break, I saw them pushing that car back into the paddock.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
So, still plenty of dramas there that are unfolding. We started the race with about 80 cars, and something that's been notable, no red flag overnight. We didn't have the fog rolling in. We haven't had any showers as of yet, although it is on tap according to the forecast. Last time I checked for noon. I'll update that information and let you know what I find there. And we didn't see the fog roll in over the evening either. So a little bit uncharacteristic, but what is characteristic is the heat and humidity. Average temperatures around 93 degrees today is the high, and high humidity, so that much at least is on par with what we typically see here at VIR.
Yeah, at 8:45 a.m., it's already getting hot and sticky outside. During this lengthy caution we're under, the WT Florida team went ahead and took advantage of that and pitted and put the team owner in the car, Tyler, which is Ed from Team Infinity's neighbor and buddy. So he's in the car now. I'm like, what about great neighbors, you know?
Neighbors, everyone needs good neighbors.
Right?
If Bill was awake, he'd laugh at that.
And to see RPG, where we're gushing over them for so long, they've worked so hard to gradually pull themselves up to the front of the field. They were even in third place, and for the majority of the evening, they found themselves in third place. And then suddenly they were no longer turning laps, and they're continuing to tumble through the standings now in 11th place.
Yeah, something definitely went wrong with that one.
We can see looks like a scrubbing machine. What did you call it, David? Utility?
What did I call it, or what would I call it?
These machines that, yeah.
No, it's just a little tractor, isn't it?
Yeah.
When we're at Barbara, call them the Barbers in Boney.
Yeah, and it's got a front and rear power takeoff, obviously, and I think the front is powering a rotary brush, and the rear is kind of a blower that's trying to blow the dust off the track. Yeah, so you could probably whack a mighty big lawnmower on it. It's that kind.
It looks like they pushed off into the pit entrance for is that the South Course?
No, I'm guessing, because that was already the way that the oil dry had gone, that 981 might have pulled into. That might be the path that 981 took.
Yeah.
Oh, to go off in the pit lane.
I think so,
there.
But then it looks like they came back out.
Rejoined.
Because,
I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
Hey, they made it that far, Paul. So
they made it. Yeah, that wasn't far enough, though.
No,
let's take it all the way through.
2/3 of the track is not the whole track. Okay, if you're going to aim for greatness, you need to see greatness through.
Yes, you do.
The whole thing down, right?
See it to volition. See it to its final.
Blake's Garage is asking if you got the live feed that I sent you. And if I guess if it's working.
I did. I think I did. And I'm not sure. I think where. Let me check here.
Currently our 8th place car and lead A-class car.
I have it. I do have it. I'm seeing the feed not rolling for some reason, but I do have it.
Okay.
So if it gets unstuck, then let's see what we got. What's going on here? I think that's.
Oh, when I click on it, it's working.
Yeah, I think I just had to wake it up here.
Gotcha.
Here we have it.
Hey, those are the same as my gloves. No, those are Sparkos. Same color. I love that color of gloves, though. I'm all about yellow gloves.
Yep, so are we. We're pretty convinced that yellow gloves makes you faster. So that's been our
And whatever hand
observation.
signal you're going to make to the drivers around you, you want them to see it. Whether it's, pointing forward, let's work together, whether it's past that side, or it's, this is where you should go tonight. You want them to know.
Yep.
Whether it's, I think you're number one.
Right.
You need them to know.
You're number one in my book. Right. And I read or heard somewhere that analysis was done. What is the color that best cuts through the night? Like, what is the most visible color? And you might think, well, the opposite of black would be white, but actually it's yellow that does the best job of cutting. And so yellow is the best color for gloves. Really, my gloves are black, but that's a disadvantage. You would think when you're trying to point somebody by or wave somebody off, they're not really going to see your hand very good if it's black inside of a car. But I don't do a lot of pointing. I'm just driving.
That's because Polly's fast, so not a lot of people are passing him, right?
Oh, but even when I'm going fast, I'd like to give a thumbs up as I go past anyone who let me through because I was coming up on them quick. So
yeah,
either direction, I've got plenty to say.
So fun fact: Jim Bist, that's in the Blake's Garage Car, he's actually running with 2 teams this weekend, and this is his 4th stint.
Wow!
Talk about serious.
Yep.
He's also been running in the open throttle racing of this 645.
Yeah. Well, that's great. Glad he's getting his money's worth this weekend.
Have to squeeze in.
The weather's been great. I mean, as great as it's going to be at VIR in the heat of the summer. I mean, we are definitely in the death throes of the summer here. At least you don't have to deal with the pollution that we do up here. It's awful. Those Canadian fires pretty much ruined our summer. It's I'm sure it's much worse for the people in Canada.
So at code 35, the field should stay pretty evenly spread around the circuit, but I can't help but notice on one of the cameras that's not exactly how it's happened. And you see here, doing about 30.
You see some different lap times, don't you? 6:05, 5:53.
Yeah, I think there's got to be someone doing closer to 32 or 30. And obviously everyone else sort of just kind of ends up there in a couple of these little groups. But it probably doesn't hurt the track workers to, have a little bit more clean space to keep doing their work. You saw that those cars were just going past where the Zamboni/tractor was at the top of roller coaster. So that's got to be more than 3/4 of the track at that point.
Goodness.
That's a good sign, I'd say. I'd say that's a good sign.
Yeah, I could see how it'd be difficult maintaining that speed especially for this long around the track.
And everyone's got a different risk tolerance, don't they? I mean, you're not supposed to go over 35. It'll tell on you if you go over or stay over 35. So some people are going to do 34 and then back off a little bit if it starts flashing at them. Some people are just going to do 32.
Exactly. That's what you're going to... It only makes sense that you're going to be breathing back and forth. Because what happens is, David, I think you see the car ahead of you and you very naturally just track with it. I mean, when you're here, you're thinking, well, we're all going the same speed. And you just lose focus of it. You're not really looking at it anymore. You've been driving around for 25 minutes. You don't care about it anymore. So you almost need to have a nanny to help protect you.
Or you get to a turn and you just want to naturally accelerate through the turn,
Well, true. That's true. Yeah.
And then the thing starts flashing at you and you're like, crap.
Yeah,
I did one of the sighting laps last year at Sebring in my road rental car. And so that was 35 miles an hour, take any car, go for, your sighting lap. And in a Mustang convertible at 35 miles an hour, no hands, no helmet, sitting in the road car, 35 miles an hour felt slow. I imagine in, a race car, all your race gear on, 35 feels like even more of a crawl.
Feels like somebody just put your life on slow-mo. Like you should have to talk slow.
Like you're buffering?
Yes. It's just pretty miserable. When it goes quickly and it comes back, it's, you deal with it. But when it goes on for a couple of laps, that's when you're like uncomfortable in the car. You're not getting good airflow in the car. The car's hot.
Yeah.
Got any camera cars that are around the sort of tail end of the lap? Because I think, it was, again, a minute or so ago, I said, I think that tractor, which looked like it was the last thing out there, just sort of sweeping the oil dry that had already been put down, was top of roller coaster, probably not far away from... Well, yeah, and that's where the oil stopped, because the car stopped just there. They didn't even complete the whole lap, did it? So, I think... those drivers with their life on slow motion with Tiffany should hopefully be able to resume normal speed soon.
I'm sure they're ready to. Especially as it's heating up outside. They're wanting to get going with it and get that airflow moving back through the car as well.
Yeah, sort of 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, sort of off-throttle coasting lot to be not so hot in the car. At full speed, obviously it gets hot in the car. At this kind of speed, you don't quite have enough airflow. You're not getting as much heat through the firewall, but the sun's up, you'd start to just generally bake in there without as much airflow as normal.
Yeah, pretty much. And you're just barely pushing the throttle. Just barely, like with the tippy of your toe. Just a little bit and then off, and then on, and then off. And I'm an impatient person, so,
We're all racers. You're not like, oh, I love being patient and going slowly. I want to get into racing. Said no one ever.
Said no one ever. Exactly.
Come on, driver, we're on board with. Get a little bit closer so I can definitively read that car number. Is that 998? Three digits.
Well, if we look at Flagtronics, he is in that area, isn't he?
Yeah, it's in that area, yeah.
So that must
Who were
be
we
it.
on board with again?
So this is Fuse 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the 524.
So were they just behind 998 on the... I can look at it myself, but yeah.
It's a little congested over there, so...
It sure is.
It's difficult to make out. Is it the 64? Maybe that's behind them. 998 is car... The Fuse car is 524. But there's a lot of congestion there. So 524, I'm showing all the way up at the top of roller coaster. So I'm not sure...
Yeah.
What, but it's not moving either, so it's a bit confusing. It could
the
be
number 27 of the science project is headed back out, and the tractor is coming around for its second lap. It looks like.
Well,
put
someone
a transponder on that guy.
I was about to say exactly that. Let's go beat some other cars. I mean,
so as we're finishing,
how many VPI for that thing? I'm just saying, if it's F class.
Yeah, well,
I wonder what the fuel load's like. How many laps can he go in that thing? Can he make 2 hours?
All right, we're gonna have to break for another commercial.
All right,
here,
now
so
we're supposed to be at commercial.
Doc's taking us out.
You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We will be right back with the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, folks. Hang with us.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if I sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it.
You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, the Lifeline 24-hour classic. Just under 3 hours remain in this 24-hour race as we are back to green again, finally. On board with Whitnauer Motorsports in their Mini Cooper. Getting all choked up, guys. I'm just so emotional. I said I wasn't going to do this.
You're so funny.
But yeah, here we are on board with Whitnauer. Back to green. How about that?
Well done to my favorite driver in this race, the guy on the tractor. Just his talent, his dedication, his preparedness, never say die attitude.
Yes.
Brought the right tools for the job. I mean, once we have more cameras, give one to them.
I put a camera on the tractor.
He does serve as an inspiration to us all.
He kind of looked like he was having a good time, I have to say.
Worst ways to spend your Sunday morning, I'm sure.
Then eating 500,000 tons of rock dust. Yeah, there's probably nothing more he'd rather do.
Maybe the rock dust is mostly behind him.
Yeah, I hope so.
What do you think?
He'd be blowing that out of his nose for a while. Wear a mask or something. You know?
So they've had a minute or so in some of green flag racing here. I use that sort of euphemistically rather than literally. And it is one lap scored the difference between Visceral and Rockwell right now. That's for the outright lead. For the A-class lead that I still think very interesting, Blake's Garage. Have it over Wheels America Racing. That says one lap, and it's because Wheels America, I think, pitted under green, and then a couple laps later the code 35 came out and Blake's Garage pitted then. And so, having been passed on track by Wheels America Racing, clever pit strategy is a big thing in these races, and Blake's Garage got their track position and their class lead back. But again, they are up against a very quick and very feisty competitor, and it's underneath one lap, the gap between them at the moment. It's 2 minutes 13, which is just underneath a lap, but it is underneath a lap.
Yep, and we got about a little under 3 hours to go to finish this one off. Roger Cohen of Birmingham, and also runs with Pinkies Out, was asking me what happened to the trophy wife car overnight, and the shift linkage broke. So they had to switch that and bind that, and then they repaired it, and it's been back out ever since.
And you put the F back into shift linkage.
Shift linkage?
And I'm glad he asked that question, because as soon as we got done with that little segment, I was going to ask you that very question.
I just had to think of a tactical way to put it where it would be funny, but I didn't have to say the other word.
Gotcha.
And my Mimi is back watching this morning. Talk about dedication. So, good morning to my grandmother. This is the only racing she watches. This is it. Just us.
Ooh, that's a bit spicy in turn one. Again, those Mustangs slow through a corner, pick up a little bit of torque, a bit of revs, pick up a bit of dirt. And so for the car in second place, Rockwell Autosport, they've been one of the quicker cars of the top three. Their last lap, quickest of everyone in the top three, and it's got to be a bit of a cheeky dive and twisty stuff to try to get through.
Oh boy.
Get busy.
Hope there wasn't contact there, but I'm not sure. I was trying to get down the inside and hold it there, and it was a bit of a late move, but hoping that the other drivers saw him go in there.
That the 605 Section 8 2007 Ford Mustang. That's meant to be white.
Section 8, yeah.
Is that who it is?
Oh, almost did it again. A late move on the Miata. The Miata didn't see him coming or just took the line, which is within his right for sure. Here he lets him through.
So it's quick but a bit dicey, these last couple of corners, and we've all, I guess, got our nerves as we've not been racing for a minute, and now we're back.
I mean, we were yellow for so long, I could see how it could be quite antsy. antsy in the pants, ready to go.
The Betty White car. Lining up for roller coaster.
And our rookie just did a 2:23 on his last lap by in the 447. So continuing to take time off his lap. First time out in our car. Goodness. Good job, Paul.
Shout out to your grandma Tiffany, but shout out to my fan in the YouTube chat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Timothy's just great.
He says he loves the Australian accent. I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah, it's fun.
It's one of our best exports we've had going for us for a while. So.
Put a tax on that and sell it, baby.
You're not going to get it from the milk and cheese. You're going to have to get it from something interesting. All right, well, it seems that the track does have some good grip through this area that was so laden with oil. It seemed to be getting with it nicely.
Yeah, the first flying lap for this car after we went back green was a 2 minutes 14, which would have been near enough to the fastest lap of the race a couple hours ago. So, yeah, right back into it, and the lap times don't look like they're 5 seconds away from where they ought to be. In fact, based on the weather and the time of day, I'd say it's right bang on. There might be at worst, one corner is a little slippery, but it's still quick. It's just, sketchy. You're just a little more nervous about it. The balance is just different.
I really enjoy how he works from the top of the S's down towards Oak Tree. Just a brush of the brake and immediately into the corner. That car is working so well. Must be a joy to drive like that.
He definitely makes it look easy when he's driving like that. He's laying down some very quick lap.
Yeah, he looks like he's very comfortable out there and enjoying maybe just having some clean lap, without the other competitors around that were sort of crossing him up quite a bit in that mid-engine car on this very technical racetrack.
The number 89 of Bot Racing just headed down the pit lane and headed towards pit out to rejoin the race.
2:12.8 that lap just there from the car we were on board with. So,
told you he was getting it.
He's getting it done.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the office and he's, sending emails.
Got to come up with some sort of euphemism to tie into that. I'm not sure what it would be. Sending emails, I suppose.
It's like constant contacts at that point in time, the button and get them all done at once.
The leader working lap 435, Vissel Racing Group, leads overall, followed by Rockwell Autosport Development, about a lap, as David alluded to earlier. We've got RVA Graphics and Wraps behind them in the 111, followed by Bulldog Racing, 901 Motorsport. That's your top 5. If you'd like to follow your favorite teams in timing and scoring, you can do so on the broadcast or with one of the two of the apps that are used to send out unofficial timing and scoring, racehero.io or race-monitor.com.
Both of those also have a web version, so if you happen to be having a laptop nearby or don't want to use your phone data or whatever, you can pop that on as well.
Timothy's been doing some of the math, and he's reporting about 50 minutes to go till you're in that last pit stop window. And so if you can make 2 hours, if they can string it out for another 50 minutes, they can make it into that window. And
he makes a good point.
Yeah, there was another comment from Rob that mentioned top 3 are all national champions. Another good observation.
Now, if you recall, our top 3 all pitted within about a lap of each other under 35 or was it green flag conditions? Anyway, they all pitted about the same time as each other. And so, yeah, all of them got some...
People actually pitted when it was still green.
Yeah, games...
Everybody else got in under yellow conditions, it looks like.
That's right, yeah. Still some games to play with regards to when you take that last stop, because I think there's some flexibility to it with all the time they spent under code 35. A lot of them getting 2 hours, and that means that they've got a wide window to make that final stop. Whether they opt to stop early, and if they've still got a quick driver to put in that they want to get in, ASAP, try to cut the gap down or try to keep their lead if it's visceral, or whether they've got their quick guy in now and they're just trying to leave them in for as long as possible and then, find whoever is going to get in for a shortish, maybe hour and a half to hour run to the flag.
Good point. It's not all about just the fuel strategy. Maybe, what guns you got loaded in your pit stall there,
Well, that's
have
what
your fastest guy in, or is your fastest guy on standby for the last stint?
That's what I think I'm suggesting with that long code 35 we've had since they all made their last pit stop, is that the fuel strategy is mostly out the window, and it is now going to come down to the driver choices and order.
I'm with you on that.
Rockwell.
Unless you're one of these teams that have, a whole lineup of just, rock star drivers. Rockwell.
Yeah, I think they've got the quickest car and the quickest driver at the moment between the leading trio, because as you see the last lap times, I was just looking at them at racehero.io, which is my favorite for looking at on a laptop or a tablet or a computer. I think it works best for that as far as being able to click through and find lots of detailed information. But yeah, they are 5 seconds a lap quicker here.
Well, they're consistently turning laps that are among the fastest, faster than other teams' fastest times. When they're doing 2:11s, 2:12, 2:13s, that sort of thing. The next closest fast lap is Visceral's is a 2:14.4. Well, that's incredible.
Since we've gone back to green racing after our tractor driver heroic flag 35, Rockwell Autosport have set 1, 2, 3 laps that are faster than Visceral Racing Group have ever gone in the last 21 hours.
Yeah, good observation.
So they're just in pace and form and territory, untouched by their rivals to this point.
We have a car, one of the red BMWs, that's just crawling through the S's. So I'm not sure.
Oh no, ours is cross start finish.
Yeah. It's 901 Motorsport, who's coming to a stop on the racetrack.
No,
the number 903.
Oh, it's the 903 car.
This is the 903 car that's been plagued this race weekend with problems. They're in 34th.
That one's been constant. They're going to have to burn some sage over that car or something. I don't know.
And it just looked like he had lost drive as they were heading through the snake and finally pulled it over here between the snake and the climbing S's. Driver's right has come to a stop in the grass is 901 Motorsport car number 903. And we are full course caution here once again at VIR. And hopeful, of course, that it has nothing to do with fluid on the racetrack.
I've got a guest up here. You ready for us, Polly?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Good morning, Tiffany.
Yes.
Thank you for having me up here. My name is Jeff Spear. I represent Continental Tire this weekend. This is my first Champ Car event I was able to get to this weekend. I originally have been working for Hoosier Racing Tire for 32 years. So I have been promoting Hoosier brands for all these years. And so with Continental purchasing us, Hoosier Tire in 2016, we now have developed together the Extreme Contact Force, which is a Treadwear 200 tire acceptable for all endurance racing. The Force was jointly developed, and Hoosier track tested it for them. And so the tire is made currently in Germany.
Okay.
And we have several teams here running it. I'm really focusing and shouting out to 901 Motorsports, their car number 901. They've been running on the Force, Contact Force all day.
Yep.
Have not changed any tires, so I'm really excited about the durability of our product.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think they did their last race on the Continentals as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, so I saw them this morning.
And they liked them.
They loved them.
And so they decided to stick with them.
That's great. Yep.
Isn't that cool?
Yep. They said that the durability and consistency is really good. Very good heat resistance. And several of the drivers complimented it this morning, running through the night even. The cool temperatures, it ran well. The tire wear is good. So
the tire felt consistent even when it cooled off and warmed back up?
That is correct. And then also they talked about their quickest lap time of the weekend was actually run here this morning within about a tenth of their time that they started on fresh tires yesterday. So they're real excited about that. So I'm very happy to have a Treadwear 200 tire. There's a lot of things happening in the market that other brands like Hankook is short supply, and then also the Cooper tires are short supply, especially in the Treadwear 200 sizes. So we're excited to have plenty of product here in the U.S. The tire is made in Germany and shipped to Hoosier Racing Tire, and we have plenty of stock there. We've got some new sizes coming this fall, winter.
Okay.
We have one 15-inch, which I see a lot of teams running 15-inch wheels here this weekend. We have a 245 40-15 that's coming this winter, another 17, and then another wide 18. But we also are looking forward to our 20-inch tires that we have, not specifically for racing, but there's a lot of...
Like a street tire?
It also can be used to the street.
Okay.
It's been fully tested on the Continental side. They're very conservative when it comes to safety and protecting their drivers using the Continental tires. So it can be used on the street. So a lot of track day drivers will take their, high performance car, Corvette, Cadillac, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, and we have those sizes for them, and we'll have them. And so they can drive it from home to the track, spend all day at the track, and then drive home.
Isn't that a beautiful thing?
Yes. So.
And if they want to feel like a hero when they're driving that car to work on Friday,
There you go.
There you go.
They got an option to drive it. So the car doesn't have to be trailered in.
Right.
Change tires, wheels, like a lot of our Hoosier products have to. We don't recommend running them on the street, but this tire can.
That's pretty neat.
You can find this tire, the Continental Extreme Contact Force, at all the Hoosier distributors, including Tire Rack, who sponsors Champ Car. It's great. You can buy your stuff through them. They're a great partner in selling our Hoosier products as well as this Continental Extreme Contact Force. Another good option is TrackDayTire.com is our Southeast distributor. You can go there. So I know a lot of shoppers do online, and so there's a lot of options to purchase that tire.
Yeah, I have a set of them for my 981.
Thank you very much.
I have Hoosiers I regularly run on them, and so these are my backup rain, whatever tires. And when I lost the one Hoosier, I swapped over to the Continentals.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and it was fun. I enjoyed it. It wasn't a Hoosier, obviously, but it was a nice sticky tire. But when I really enjoyed it was because I'd been used to the Hoosiers, right? So I got the car home and I had to park my daily. And so I'm driving on the Continentals to and fro work, right? And I'm like, oh, this car is going to have me in jail. There's so much lateral grip on the road. I'm like, this is going to get me in trouble.
It's definitely safe.
Because I don't have good, self-restraint.
There you go, especially on the on-off ramps and the 65 mile an hour plus and braking. It's really good. The Contact Force is really good on braking and turning. So thank you for that testimonial.
Yeah, no, I've enjoyed them. Yeah.
Terrific.
I'm gonna. I got them on a set of 18s, and I'm gonna swap them over to my other Boxster, my 986, and we're gonna run them in my next track day in September. 918. Wait, is got something hanging and smoking and things? Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, they may be bringing him in. We're under purple 35 already. I don't know where he's at on track. Do you know where he's at on track?
We saw the 903 getting towed, and now we're looking at a different car down at turn 1 as well. So a lot happening under this code 35.
Yeah. So what else can you tell us about the Continentals?
We have several sizes available. We've got, we'll have 15s for 15-inch wheels, 17-inch.
And those are some new sizes that are not going to be published right now.
Not just yet. And then 18-inch, and we've got some, we're really working on some wide Corvette or Viper rears, like a 345 width for 18s and 19s. We're really working on that. And then 20-inch tires for more of the new production tires.
Gotcha.
So within the Continental line, they've got a huge selection underneath the Extreme Contact family.
Okay.
The Force is just one tire line.
Mm-hmm.
So what we've been recommending, and I've seen race, is they've got a fantastic brand new, it used to be called the Extreme Contact Sport. Now the new one is called the Sport 02.
Okay.
Which is a really, really good rain tire. It's a Treadwear 340.
Okay.
You can actually run it on the dry. When it starts raining, you'll pick up multiple seconds.
Neat. Okay.
So we have a good
Great
Sport
rain
02.
tire. Okay.
Yep. So it's a Sport 02. Everywhere I travel, I see them on trucks. Like semi trucks, semi trailers,
I run some
SUVs.
Continentals on my SUV.
SUV.
Yeah.
So it's and I have them on my personal car. I'm a big Audi fan, so I've got some on my A4, and my wife's got them on her Q7. Great, durable.
Yeah, I pass
product.
everybody in the rain. I mean, I'm probably not supposed to be, but yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
So they've got some really good rain tire technology in their compounds,
Mm-hmm.
and which also are very durable in the dry. But boy, when you get caught in the rain, they're fantastic. So Continental tires on my list is right up there with Michelin.
Yeah. Because Michelin's on a lot of the Porsches. I know more about Porsches than I do any other car manufacturer, but you usually see them come out of the factory with a lot of those, and folks will be driving those to the track and tracking them, and then also dailying them. But I think the Continental really comes in at a better price point for the grip and durability, right?
Correct. Yeah, I would say that Michelin's probably priced very high, and Continental is below that a little bit, so it's very affordable. And I do see a lot of Continental tire brands on the Audis, like original equipment vehicle. And consumers are really brand oriented or brand sensitive. So if my Porsche comes on Michelin's, and that's what the tire manufacturers like to do, they get those OE contracts, and then that way aftermarket or replacement tires or even track tires.
Oh, I need to put the same thing back on.
I need to put the same thing on.
Mm-hmm. But there's actually some things that are better.
Better, yeah.
Don't put the cheap, my husband calls them Chinese chimichanga tires on it. When I was shopping for my Cayenne, we'd go look at some of the cars and we'd see these, I don't even know the brands. I never even heard of them, right? And you're like, yeah, if you didn't put decent tires in the car, you probably didn't take care of it. And like, no, maybe not.
Yeah, sometimes that deep discount price tire doesn't work out very well.
Yeah,
so
man.
When it comes to tires, whether it's street use or racetrack use, it's best to, pay a premium price.
I mean, it definitely goes with your grip level, and all the safety goes in it. I mean, if you think about it, the tire is the only thing that connects you to the road.
Correct.
It's the only thing that
Correct.
makes the brakes work.
Correct.
Right? You can have the best brakes in the world. If your tires aren't gripping the road,
shocks.
meh.
Right.
It's out.
Yep. So a lot of these teams need to realize, especially and I don't do it frequently, is check your air pressure too. Air pressure, especially on racing, is very, very key. Street, not so much, but it needs to be checked regularly. A couple weeks, you always got to check air pressure.
Oh, I cheated and put the TPMS on my race wheels.
On the so
Yes. So I can just roll it, and I start out with my start-out pressures, and I do my first couple of laps and watch them go up to where I want them to be.
Even better.
Yep. Then I I can go.
Even better. So I get the question about back at the racetrack is, should I check my tire temperatures or pressure? I said, listen, priority is pressure.
Yes.
And then you can move on to your tire temperatures and setting your camber up. But
you don't want it too low. You don't want it too high.
Correct.
What kind of pressures would you recommend on this new Continental we're talking about?
So most, this is really a street tire. So a lot of the technology is street tire, but we have given them some, they have kind of gone outside their box and put in some, let's say, our recommendations of tread compound and lies and all that. But it really is designed as a street tire.
Okay.
So it really needs to be in that high 20s to start, 20 depending on car weight. So if you're in a 3,000 pound or less, you need to start about 24 cold, 25 cold. And then with that 3,000 pound car, you need to run between a 30 and 34 or 35. A lot of teams like to cheat and think if they can run low pressures, below 20 or around 20, that they're going to gain some performance, but they're not.
Mm-hmm.
So tire, especially with the Treadwear 200 tires, you need to start them higher than you would a typical Race Slick or Hoosier R7.
Right.
So you need to start higher because there's
And you're
a lot.
looking for like a hot pressure of 34.
Yeah, in that 30 to. So if your car is at 3 or above, then you want to be closer to that 35 pounds hot.
Okay.
Just like your, look on your door sticker of your car.
Yes.
And say, what does the car manufacturer recommend? And you should be in that range too.
Okay.
Because a lot of the Porsches, rear engine, high wing load or high load wing on the back, you've got to run close to 40 on the back on some of those tires, race tires, or the Treadwear 200 tires because of all that weight. But people want to cheat and say, hey, I can run 30 hot in these and it'll be faster. But in the end, it's going to bite you.
Gotcha. And what kind of ways would it bite you?
A lot of times I'll see an overheating of the tire if it's not running enough pressure, and so you'll see some tread chunking or the
outside edges.
Outside edges. There's a lot of tread rubber on these Treadwear tread depth on these Treadwear 200 tires, so you see a lot of heat building underneath the tread and tread chunking, tread blustering. I hate to say sometimes you'll see a sidewall failure or something if you don't run enough pressure.
Yeah,
but if you
sense.
accommodate the tire based on the car weight and run enough pressure, shouldn't have any of those problems.
So let's say we started out too high, and so now when it heats up, we're over,
Overinflation is not a problem, except it comes to performance, and so the drivers start to complain.
Yep.
And then therefore
Car
easily
doesn't feel so great.
The rear end's greasy, and then you bring the car in during a driver change or refueling, get the gauge on the tire. I saw some of that going on this morning. Get the gauge on the tire, pressure gauge, and reduce some of that air pressure down to our recommendation.
So you get like a flat contact patch with the road or track.
The
or
more
whatever.
air pressure that's going to crown that tread profile, overheat the tread a little bit. Not so much it's going to chunk, but it's going to overheat and get greasy. And so then you got to reduce that air pressure to flatten out the contact patch, and the driver next lap out with the reduction of the pressure by 2 or 3 pounds should be good.
Okay, that sounds good. Anything else you can tell us about the
Tiffany,
tire?
I really appreciate that, the warm welcome here this weekend.
Absolutely.
All the teams are great to talk to. I hope the 901 stays, car number 901 stays ahead in 5th place, and hopefully that'll be our top winner for this weekend.
Yeah, and we have some buy 3, get 1 free kind of things going on. So if you want to message me on Facebook or send me an email, be happy to send that over to you as well.
Very good. Well, Tiffany, thanks for having me.
Lovely to meet you. Thanks for coming up and hanging out with us.
All right, with that, we're going to take a break for commercial and be back in a few. Lots of racing on tap for you here. We're at VIR this weekend, 24 hours of continuous endurance road racing. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Nice. Yeah, I heard about this.
So I would actually go with the full synthetic.
Ceramic pads for the Duralast rotors.
I did it.
You see how it's...
You did it.
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Back here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, noticing Visceral Racing Group is just leaving the pits for a pit stop. That means they will need to make yet another pit stop before the end of this race. As checker is at 12 o'clock, we got a car losing control. It's Blake's garage. Looks like gathered it up. So it got very crossed up, but managed to keep it pointed in the right direction at least. And
wouldn't have saved it without those yellow gloves.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true.
So it was a little while ago, as we were clearing 2 stopped cars, that we heard potentially some of the corner workers calling in something with the 918, like there was bodywork hanging down or dragging, or there was some other problem, something that may have necessitated the stop that they have just had, which has seen them drop out of the lead. I see that the lap time of a lap, including a pit stop, should normally be about 7 minutes. I see for Visceral Racing Group that it was 13. So that means a time in the box of probably 10 minutes or so, which is a bit. And they obviously had not a major amount of work to do, but more than 5 minutes of work to do in that stop, which, as you point out very clearly, is 20 minutes too short to be able to make it to the end from there without an additional stop. So that has been, I guess, a bit of a late race potential heartbreaker for Visceral Racing Group.
Yeah.
So we saw them come into their pit lane, and then we believe they came through the paddock and then came back to like the pit end where the paddock meets the pit end, but they kind of blew through the guard that's down there, which would normally kind of let them know it's clear to come onto the pit lane. So they weren't super pleased with that, but then he rolled through, and I think he's rejoined now. They'll have to clear the pit loop though on the next lap to clear that.
Well, and as David was kind of pointing out, the time factor, they had a lead going into that situation, but it wasn't that much of a lead to be able to afford spending that much time in the pits. And so
Right.
this has cost them. They're shown down 2 laps at this time. They will have to pit again. I'm not sure they're going to be able to overcome this. This may have put their race at a significant disadvantage now, where they will not be able to overcome the gap that the number one
with
car has
Rockwell
created.
being so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The state of play, as I see it right here, is that Rockwell and Visceral both still need one more stop in this race. Rockwell are 2 laps ahead and have been lapping quicker as well. So all things are advantage Rockwell at the moment. You never count chickens in these races, still with 2 hours, 20 minutes to go. That is a long time in any other race. But Visceral have gone from trying to manage a lead to now they really need their fingers crossed, and they need a lot of luck to be back in that space contending. We did see, though, a different one of those Boxsters drop a lot of oil and out of this race earlier, so they're not bulletproof, a Porsche Boxster.
No.
Nor a Porsche 944.
No.
Now we have Trophy Wife doing a driver change as they're in the pits now, which means they too will need one more stop.
One rookie coming out and the other rookie going in. The first rookie blew it out of the park. So excited to see what the other one can do. Visceral says their fuel line came loose, but they got it set and they're back out. So it was a fuel line.
Interesting.
The funny update I got from Brett Shanaman earlier was 901 update. The number 903 had an exciting night, as it has had suspension failure that resulted in some grass mowing, fixed and back at rolling. Oh wait, crap! She just stopped.
Live tweeting updates, I think, is what it feels like you've received there.
Yes, and then the number 901 just rolling along. He says he got to do the golden hour stint from 6 to 8, and it was beautiful as the sun was coming up, And Chip is in now. We saw him going in. He was talking to us earlier. And Phil Daniel is, or Danielle, however you say that, is set to finish the race for them.
Yeah, it looks like they've got the 903 remotivated. They're tooling through the paddock area, and I see gloves on, fully suited. So,
And they've remotivated that car so many times this last 20 some odd hours. Frankie is going to need a straight liquor. He is going to be impossible to contend with.
Yeah, so that's a live-ish shot of 903 down the bottom left there, isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. The 918 just rolled through the pits again. Did not start at their pit lane. I don't know what that was about. So that's not going to help them make up any time. That's why you see the pit signal come on a Race Hero. But they just rolled straight through and it pit out. I don't know if they have a penalty to serve, because they did come out of the paddock onto the pit lane without being motioned to come out. So I think that's more of a track decision, whether they feel like a rule was broken. 903 going down the pit lane, headed to pit out. Man, they have just worked wonders on that car. I don't know if Frankie would call it wonders, but they keep fixing it. It's unbelievable.
I would be curious
There's
to know.
no give up in that man.
I would be interested to know how it was decided by Visceral that they had a loose fuel line. Like, how does one identify, and how does that affect your race, unless it's actually coming off of the fitting where it's leaking? And maybe that was what they were referring to.
They said something was trailing behind the car.
Must have
They were
been
gonna
fuel.
call him in.
Yeah, it must have been fuel then. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, what's physically trailing? I guess it could be a fuel line, but that seems really unusual.
If it was a line, wouldn't it be pumping gas out?
Yeah, so I don't know how it. I mean, I don't know how it is flopping around loose behind the car. I don't know. I'd be curious to get the rest of the story on that, but nevertheless, at least we've got green flag racing.
The effect of it is more important than the minutiae of it. There's like they had a problem. Someone else external to the car or the team may have also noticed the problem, and it has set them back. I noticed in A-Class, Wheels America Racing still in second there off the back of Blake's Garage, who we saw have a little bit of a moment, but Wheels America Racing had just set their fastest lap at a 2:16.6, which is not bad for A-Class at all.
Not at all. That's impressive.
So they've kind of got a mini battle there in A-Class that reflected what we used to have overall, which is a car with a little bit of a lead, but a faster car chasing. And it was 9 seconds that Wheels America pulled out of Blake's Garage last lap. And the lap before that, it was more like 2 or 3. So it kind of ebbs and flows between a little bite and a big bite.
Just 10 minutes now before that final pit stop window opens up. So we should see teams beginning to dive for the pits around that time. Beginning.
I really like what David was saying earlier. I really think a lot of teams are have a lot of variability within their stop time. So I think we're going to really see teams try to stretch it out and look for that caution or purple 35. But who knows? Maybe we're done with those for the day. We see that sometimes.
Right.
Where there's a bunch during the day and then the end of the race goes fairly smoothly. Or it gets worse. Who knows? It's racing. Anything can happen. Okay, our 447 of Trophy Wife is back out. I'm guessing our other rookie is in the car, doing his first Champ Car race in ever. And his first solid lap is a 240. All right, breaking that down quickly.
One of the things I think about in racing is I'm very often thinking about sort of the comparison between racing as a sport versus, you know, other popular sports, all the variations of, you know, football plus baseball, etc. What are called your stick and ball sports.
Yeah.
And, you know, in a game of football or a game of baseball or whatever, if you're up and leading by a large score, and with a small fraction of time left in the game, you drop your guard a little bit. There's not time for the other team to, you know, haul back 4 goals or whatever it would be if it was soccer, that kind of thing. In racing, you can lead all day, you can lead all night, and if in the final 30 minutes your car breaks, you're gone. A lead evaporates quicker in racing than it would ever do in
any
soccer
sport,
or other sports like that.
Yeah. There's nothing like racing to teach you how to deal with disappointment. Because, you know, like in football, you know, you have your lead, right? So even if your quarterback gets injured or whatever, your defense is out and all they have to do is protect your lead, right?
Yeah.
Whereas there's no defense out when your car breaks. The rest of the field is still rolling and you're not.
Yeah, when one of your players gets injured, they don't go and wipe the scoreboard of your score.
Right.
And it looks like Trophy Wife is actually following the 903 car as they work their way through Hogpen here.
Timothy Elliott makes allusion to one of the famous sayings that, you know, there are only a few sports: racing, rock climbing, and bullfighting. The rest are just games.
Yes. Yeah, it's funny. It's a fun observation.
It's a good one, though. Yeah. I think the separation is you can get killed doing those sports, and the other ones you're much less likely to.
Yeah. You just develop traumatic brain injury.
Yeah,
depends on the sport.
Oh, bent over has had some issues throughout the night. They spent 2 hours swapping a transmission for no good reason, he said.
Oh,
He said the shifter was out of alignment.
Oh, that's awful.
Once again, there's nothing like racing to teach you about dealing with disappointment.
To humble you, yeah.
To make you come face to face with it. Slap yourself in the face. There goes 901. I'm wondering if Trophy Wife is not far behind. Oh, looks like they, or maybe they were behind the 903 car earlier. Was it the 903 or the 901? Had to be the 903 then, because we're not right behind anymore.
Got a camera on the 918 or the 111? Because I see they're only separated by about 10 seconds and
no, we don't.
Such on the moment.
That might be the 918 right there, crossing in front of the number 1 car. So we do have
getting a lap back
close.
So we'll be getting a lap back, wouldn't it?
Could be, yes. Yeah. He hasn't made the trip around to catch him. So that's a significant moment here in the race for them.
Ooh.
Ooh, boy.
These last
okay.
laps for number 1 and 2 were both 2:17s, 0.3 and 0.4. So very equal times.
Yeah, and that's the second time he tried to make a move. Again, whoa, a little sideways there, but the 944 slide.
My experience has always been, if it looks dramatic from off board, it felt twice as dramatic strapped into the driver's seat. Because there's a couple of times I thought, whoa, that got really sideways on me. Glad I had quick hands and I caught that. And then you watch the video back and it doesn't look as impressive as it felt at the time.
Yeah.
Like, it looked like
You're like, I'm gonna die.
It looked like I was like exaggerating, you know, throwing my hands around. I was like, no, that was gonna snap on me, man.
Let's see if he looks to the inside here. And Visceral covers it.
The Visceral car just a little quicker in a straight line. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
So
he's pulling away here.
we know that in a pure lap time sense, the Rockwell car carries a lot of speed in places. This driver has a lot of confidence on the brakes, I think. It's maybe a little more predictable, a little more stable. But the Visceral car is just going to be difficult to get around if they don't want you to get around. I think they don't want you to get around.
No, they don't. He's pinching
Make
the
themselves
inside.
wide.
He had an opportunity there, but the Visceral car came back across the track and shut the door there. Would have made it very tight to get through. Possible contact, and Visceral negotiating traffic ahead, which has caused Rockwell to have to check up here and begin to lose contact.
Visceral are a little caution to the wind, and Rockwell are like, hey, we're race leaders by 3 laps. You know,
right. We're not getting mixed up in that shenanigans, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's so tempting to go, oh yeah, I'll catch them, I'll lap them, I'll pass them, whatever.
Right.
And if you stop for a second and analyze what's going on in the big picture of the race, you go, Rockwell can take all the time they need so long as they keep their car in one piece here.
Visceral really disappearing now with this back marker interruption for Rockwell.
Did he catch the windscreen wipers on accident as he got into the snake?
I think as the BMW came across the front, he was hoping to get by the BMW here, and as that happened, his hand struck the windshield wiper arm. And now he's looking for a way by.
Something?
It's like, look, I caught you.
With the right hand.
Yeah, why? I caught you long ago. Why don't you just let me by? I'm losing contact with Visceral. And it
Now,
looks
if you
like
had yellow gloves and you pointed, they'd be obliged to give you the corner.
So
we've got, even with the heat rising, the 718 of Atlanta Speedworks setting their fastest time of the day with a 2 minutes 22 seconds, 0.0. And also in 23rd, MDR Motorsports setting a 2:20.5, their fastest time of the day. So drivers still finding some extra pace out there.
Any word about 998? Because they're now marked in salmon. It feels like it's too early for when they'd need to hit, unless with all that code 35 it's been 2 hours before it's been enough laps to get through the fuel.
I would disagree. I would say, I don't know how long they've been in, but this is the window if they just came in. But perhaps with salmon they've been in for 3 laps, so yeah, it does raise
keep an eye
concern.
on that.
Yeah,
They came in last at lap 388.
Now they're back out.
And
Race
they're-
Road says they're back out.
Oh, okay. So they were just out.
it's too
quite
early,
awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, it's too early. They're going to have to make another stop. Unfortunately, there won't be
timed right unless they were running out of fuel
right.
and had to. He did about 1 or 2 more laps and then good to go to the end, you would think, unless they're obviously, if they're dealing with something we don't know about.
I think they might have gotten timed out on it because I'd have to add up the time on their previous laps. But remember, by the count of these laps, is it 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, nearly 45 minutes, purple 35.
Trying to get on the throttle early here is Rockwell to see if he has an opportunity to get by the white BMW, but BMW gets away nicely out of that corner. He really needs to catch him going into the roller coaster here to make a move and get by him in the twisties to stay ahead all the way down the straightaway.
Is it 4th place Bulldog Racing that's in front of them?
It could be.
4th place is Bulldog.
That would explain why he's having so much trouble with them.
Because it's a car that's sort of 1 or 2 seconds slower than him per lap, not a car that is 5 seconds per lap slower.
Come around the outside. No, he shut the door right there. Wow. He slammed that door shut.
That team that Chris Huggins is driving with. Huggy's not in the car though, but I think he did 3 stints in the car though during the race.
Boy, he had just a good opportunity going down into the hog pen, and he jumped on it around the outside. Paid off beautifully.
Best thing about these graphics is that it tells you their gear. Just you don't have to guess or see what direction the hand is moving. Oh yeah, 3rd, and then up into 4th, and then carry that gear through this bit. Okay, very instructive to have all of this information.
So the 993 of Clapped Out Racing is in the pit lane right now, taking fuel, doing a driver change. They may have this timed right as long as they don't go out too early. They need to sit here for at least probably, I'm guessing, about 3 more minutes, but they just got in, so that might put them right out with 2 hours to go.
Just pit in now. You're gonna come out sort of an hour 58 remaining in the race, which is about right if your car can do it.
So me and some of the boys over at Bent Over Racing were talking about, we don't really care for the purple 35 just as drivers.
Yeah.
So we're talking about in the overnight, going and stealing all the purple 35 flags and setting them on fire. So they recently messaged me. He goes, in our efforts to capture all of the purple 35 flags seems to have multiplied. We failed, they have multiplied. And then he has like 2 little rabbits afterwards. Multiplied like rabbits.
Like rabbits?
Yeah.
It's not working. So after 451 laps of racing here at Virginia International Raceway, it is Rockwell Autosport Development leading after the dramas of Visceral Racing Group falling to 2nd place. RVA Graphics and Wraps number 111 in 3rd. And then we've got Bulldog Racing in 4th, 901 Motorsport in 5th, Theoretical Racing in 6th, Rockwell Autosport in the 715 in 7th, Blake's Garage in 8th, Rockwell Autosport Development number 10 in 9th, and Wheels America Racing in 10th. So with that, we're going to take another commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Rockwell Autosport Development brings the #1 car into the pits. And it looks like they've done their driver change already during the break, and they're just watching the clock run down. Whitnauer Motorsports also in the pits doing their required driver change. Very likely this will be it for both teams, and they'll be able to carry on to the end of the race as Rockwell heads towards pit out on their way to what could be another win for this team this year with this car. And it will be, as they say, all in the hands of the driver from this point forward.
In the racing gods.
Yes. They've done all they can. And Brian, is that you?
I am back, everyone.
Hey. Good morning again.
Good morning again. So when I stepped away, Visceral was hovering between 4 and 5 laps ahead. What happened?
Well, apparently they had something loose on the car. They claimed it was a fuel line, but there's a lot of drama right here. They were holding Rockwell up. So Rockwell had been actually in close proximity. It was only about a lap. And when the dramas unfolded for Visceral, they took a 5-minute pit stop and turned into 10. And they're actually behind the wall for a moment. So by the time they emerged, they were at a pretty significant deficit, about 2 laps, and then we watched them unwind one of those lost laps on green flag racing. And so a lot of drama between these two. Some kind of a problem emerged with the timer for Rockwell while they were in the pits here just a moment ago as Brian was joining us. So yeah, lots of drama. Visceral's going to have to pit again, so it still looks like it's advantage Rockwell here for the win. And RVA Graphics and Wraps in third.
Their last pit stop for the evening, for the afternoon. It's weird. In the Wittenhauer car, they recently pitted, and Andy was out, and Lee is in, and that is the final stop plan for them, and they're going to take it to the end with that. In the Mini Cooper.
And during the early morning here, 901 Motorsport also had another mechanical failure, left them stranded on the racetrack after turn 6. But after being towed back into the garage, a short time there, they got the car back out, and they haven't missed a beat. Trophy wife with a new driver in the car, new to the track, new to racing, I guess.
Yeah, first Champ Car race ever.
It's a very clean, unscratched helmet that he's wearing there. So it's
yep.
Yeah.
His name is Mike, and his buddy Paul was driving a little earlier, so they were helping us crew this weekend. In exchange, we put them in the car.
So
901 Motorsports rolling down the pit lane.
Mike needs to be told to roll his glove sleeves down. He's not allowed to peel them back.
I bet he pulled it back to show his wristband, and then
it could be. Yeah. Yeah, because the other one's pulled down. So
Note to all drivers, have your name on the right side of your helmet so that all of us on the broadcast can tell who's in the car.
Yeah, I did that because I liked. There's somebody, Matt Busbeat had that. I was like, hey, that's kind of cool. Where'd you get that? And he gave me a link. All it is like you can get those little labels for your race car where you have the names of and you have the flag, and I just had that made up and put it on the helmet. It's pretty cool.
Nice. I need to do that too.
It's kind of fun. My old helmet had some stuff on it. Had my last name on it, so I thought, I've got to do something with the new one. Blake's Garage doing their driver change as well.
Okay, we're going full course yellow.
Okay.
So Kevin over at Money Shift says, we're still kicking. We had an incident where someone got into one of our drivers around midnight. A couple of laps later, the driver's rear wheel failed and broke, sent the driver into the wall at slow speed. They were off track for repairs for about an hour and a half. They ran through the morning fine. Last driver had a lack of full power, which we remedied by checking the VTEC solenoid. But the one that came out was clogged with metal chunks. Seems okay for now, but fingers crossed to the checker.
So the VTEC solenoid is part of it is powered or switched by oil pressure. So there's a screen there that filters the oil. So if he's finding metal chunks in the oiling system, well, you can put that picture together as well as anybody. It's not a good picture. Okay.
That's a fingers crossed to get me 2 hours.
Yeah, it's not a good sign.
RVA Graphics and Wraps, they're in third place, just ready to pounce if Rockwell or Visceral have any issues. They've had a pretty stout 22 hours.
So Lee Helpingstein is in the Wittenhauer car. Okay, so Trophy Wife just hopped over the two Stug and MDR that are currently not turning laps. And then next will be the RPG that's not turning laps. So that should hop us up to 20th, which would actually be 18th.
But they will have to make another pit stop, Tiffany.
I think they're planning on making two, actually. To split up the last stint between two drivers. They're both pretty tired, and I don't think either of them want to do 2 more hours.
Gotcha. 901 Motorsport, number 901, shown crossing the pit loop, as well as theoretically racing in 7th. As we're under caution here, I'm not sure what's happened again. I'm not seeing it indicated on our secondary version of the Marching Ants Flagtronics, so it's not getting updated or something. I don't know. So we wait. Working lap 456 out here on this 3.27 mile road circuit in Alton, Virginia. As we're once again under a purple 35 condition. Looks like Lee behind the wheel of the Wittenhauer Motorsports Mini Cooper for that final stint.
Yeah, it looks like with this caution, anybody who hasn't come in for their final stint is getting that knocked out.
Does anyone know what happened to Stinky Rat Trap?
Oh. They had some issues. Imagine that. Let's see if I can go back. Do you have that, Polly, or I can look back through my notes?
I don't have any information on them. I think I remember.
Seems like very early on they pulled off track in the front straightaway, and then I don't really remember after that.
I remember you guys talking
early
about
on.
them. Yeah. I don't remember the details. I remember you guys talking about them. And I think we lost James. As Brian came in. David, I should say. I'm sorry. David. We lost David.
Okay, so yeah, that's that Audi 200 TQ. I think they went out quite a long time ago, actually. But don't hold me to that. Let me see how many laps they turned. I don't remember if they fixed it and got back out. I remember them pulling off course a couple hours in the race. It seems like I don't remember what happened after that. That has been a long time ago. 20 hours ago. We've been broadcasting.
Yep.
Visceral taking advantage of the full course caution to get into the pits.
Back to green. So Visceral's come back in? Is that what you're alluding to?
Well, I see them in Salmon. Oh, now they're back to not in Salmon.
Yeah, that's it can throw you off a little bit because they that happens under caution. Sometimes
since they've slowed down so much, it looks the machine thinks they're in the pits.
Yeah, they throw those false, and then you think, okay, so what's happening?
Understood.
So Stinky Rat Trap is shown in 75th. They turned 42 laps. They had several pit stops within those 42 laps. And I believe then they were dealing with some kind of mechanical issue and then finally pulled off the track. And then that was if memory serves me, which don't put any bearings on that. I think it was somewhere in the 3-hour mark. They pulled off and apparently they never got back on the course, according to what I'm looking at Race Hero. And that's all I got.
And Timothy commenting, we definitely have a race here. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's definitely a hard-fought race up at the front. There's always some racing going on back behind that you're not quite sure because there's so many strategies being played, so many scenarios. It's really hard to keep track of everything. We still have a jillion cars on the racetrack. If you just look at the marching ants, you see there's still a huge complement of race cars on the track, and that's something that Chris Huggins alluded to as well, who's racing with us this weekend with a different team. He said, wow, it really blows me away. I got up this morning, there's so many cars out there on the racetrack. We're usually seeing so much attrition where we're down under 30 cars at the end of the race, but not today.
Okay, we had a car go off past Hogpen coming on the front straightaway, and that looks like that Crown Vic, the 281 of Lot Lizard. Took the grass detour over there. We kept it under control and brought it back on course.
So if Visceral did not stop during that little caution, I think they still need to make one more stop.
Yeah, and that brings up a good point. I wonder why they didn't stop. You think you would have jumped on that caution? Because you have to stop again. Maybe not to take fuel, but you have to at least do a driver change.
Right. Maybe their driver wasn't
the only one that's awake.
There. Well,
he's the only one left that has any energy.
or the replacement driver was still in the motorhome taking a nap.
Yeah, like Tiffany said, no one else wants to drive 2 hours, so
we're
doing 1 hour stints, buddy. That's all you're going to get. Good point.
I mean, it's getting hot out there again, right?
It's hot and everyone's tired. Yeah.
So tired.
Money Shift just runs out of gear.
Mm-hmm.
And they just kind of hold the throttle, kind of back the throttle off from acceleration, just kind of hang it for a good chunk of that backstretch there. Even before the dip, they're done accelerating. They back off and just kind of hold the throttle at cruise. I've noticed they were doing that here on the front straightaway too.
What if Are you suggesting they lost a gear, maybe?
No, it's been that way all race. I think they just run out of revs, and they don't, rather than, like right here, they're just not accelerating anymore. And just like, well, I'm not going to over-rev the engine, and I'm not going to get much out of standing in it all the way to the brake zone anyway. So the gearing gets them out of the corner and gets them up to speed, and then they just they run out of revs, and it's like, well,
Is that them driving conservatively, or is that the VTEC thing not working?
No, they've been doing that all race. I think it's just protecting the car. I think the driver's doing it.
Okay. I can't hear but you can hear.
Yeah, you can't hear the revs.
Mm-mm. We've just got about an hour and 40 minutes to go.
Yep.
Didn't think we'd ever make it here. At 1 o'clock this morning, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't think we're going to make it.
But you did.
Lo and behold.
Yeah. Did not come into this race adequately prepared with a good night's sleep the last couple of nights going into it. So coming in at a deficit did not help my strategy whatsoever.
The RTR Mustang, we slipped a camera in their car after the glazed and confused car checked out. RTR in D class, and they are in 30th place overall, and they are leading the class. Section 8's a couple cars behind them. And they're on a different lap, so... Looks like Theoretical Racing has crossed the pit loop up there in 7th, and so has Team Bruce Innovations, your lead EC class car. RPG still in Salmon still has not emerged onto the racetrack. They may be done for the day. That's the B-class car that held the B-class lead for so long, and they still do, with RTR trying to catch them and pass them for the lead B-class position. Blake's Garage holding down A-class. Get their feed here. F-class still being held by Whitnauer Motorsports.
So we had a little contact, but I think they're calling it racing incident, not just too many cars in the same amount of real estate. Physics and all. Just kind of ran out of room for everybody.
See if Blake's going to make the move. No. Ooh. Yeah, quick swing to get out of the way of the Miata. Here comes another car to make it 3 wide. As I saw them coming across the through the mirrors. The 998 Miata. Wheels America. Heading up to the roller coaster, Blake's wisely backs out a little early to get into the brakes so they can single file through here up at the roller coaster. Quickly closing in on that half hour here through Hog Pen and back up on the front straightaway here to begin another lap here at Virginia International Raceway. Oh no! Big contact. Saw that coming.
Oh.
There's just no way that was going to work. Blake's just saw the opportunity and may have not even had a choice with the amount of steam he carried into that corner. And
and the car in front of him that he hit had no idea he was coming.
Absolutely.
Because he came from way back.
Yeah, he was actually, that was the second car he was going to. And we do have that in replay, so we'll go ahead and run the drum there. Here's some tire rub now, Brian. Some tire rub from the Blake's Garage machine. No doubt push that fender in a little bit. So you see he's got him lined up. He's braking, and I think he's just coming in with so much steam. Of course, the 993 had no idea. It got him in the rear tire there.
The 993 is clapped out racing.
Yeah.
So
and there's no way the 993 would have anticipated anybody coming from where he came from.
Yeah.
That was one of those where discretion was not the word of the day.
Yeah, I mean, as a driver, what you're doing in those situations on the approach is you're having to do a couple different things. You're trying to time the cars ahead of you. You're looking at where you want to brake. You're trying to keep an eye on the markers on the opposite side of the racetrack. And you're trying to put all of that together to decide where you're going to brake and how you're going to handle this corner. And if you get it off by just a little bit, that kind of thing can happen. And all of a sudden, you're in trouble because the guy 2 cars ahead doesn't see you coming. And you can't hold it down to the inside anymore. And then you come together.
Well, and you also have to think even a little bigger picture than that, because Blake's Garage is in a battle for that A-class lead, and the Wheels America racing car is not that far behind. So if they even have to stop for a minute to pull that fender off the tire to get rid of the tire rub, I mean, that could just throw the whole thing away. And I don't know, is that something that that car might need to get a penalty for? Is that something you guys run up? Yeah, that's what I would think.
Yeah, they'll definitely get flagged for it. So that's probably part and parcel what he's doing. He's going to come in, sit in black flag, is where they should take him. If they just wave him on, now this is terrible because
they'll have to come in a second time.
Yeah, they didn't flag him for it. They didn't get the flag issued in time. Now he's going to have to come around again.
So he can stop here. They can take care of the tire rub.
Yeah, the thing to have done would have been to try to hang out for another lap and wait for the flag and then come in.
Right.
Fix the tire. Maybe they'll hold him at pit out for the black flag. You might get lucky, but...
So there were
and then he overshot his...
So if he goes out right this minute, my guess is they're working the other black flag.
Okay, they're pushing him back to black flag, Tiffany. I think that's what's happening here.
Okay.
And Brian, we'll go back and take another look at that incident just to set this up for some of you that were listening.
So the car he hits, folks, is 3 cars up, now 2 cars ahead.
Right, and that car there is racing through heroes are really slow, and he's passing the other Miata that's pretty slow, and he's going to try to get him, which is being maybe a little greedy, but definitely didn't leave a lot of room in case that car didn't see him, which 3 cars back.
Right,
I mean,
and
low
you have
percent.
you have to anticipate that car has no thought that you're coming through. So
that was a pretty heavy hit.
We can all say that while we're sitting here in the comforts of our air-conditioned booths.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, that was a big hit.
Taking a pass in what is that place I said I wasn't going to pass? Turn 10. As I'm passing somebody on the inside of turn 10, I was like, I said I wasn't going to pass here. And I just did that. Sometimes you see the door open and, the racer and you just wants to take it.
Well, and you also have to think, you work 22 hours and 28 minutes into this race. The brakes on that car might not be what they were on lap 1.
True.
So the stopping power just might not have been there, and maybe he thought he was going to get the thing wound down, but he did not, obviously.
And remember, we had a lot of oil dropped in that area, and so he's offline, so that may not be as clean and grippy as your online area.
All of these things are true.
Variables and factors and things and stuff.
Variables and factors, oh my.
I'm glad you got my reference. What is it? Bears and... Oh gosh,
Lions and tigers and bears, oh my.
Yes. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Yes, that's the one I was going for. Forgot my own joke.
All right. I'm here for you, Tiffany.
That was a pretty heavy hit he took there, and I wouldn't be surprised if the BMW took damage. That was a big hit on that wheel, and it knocked the wheel out of the hands of Blake's garage as well. So I'm not. Yeah, that was nasty. They might have broke a wheel on that. Looks like they're just looking at the shock tower area and the damage that was done up in that corner.
Well, those Miatas, though, are pretty stout. So they can take a lick and keep on ticking.
Well, he kept going, Brian, you know.
Yeah.
He still,
and it didn't really seem as though he slowed down a ton.
No. We heard a little tire rub. But I heard a little tire rub. But other than that, he seemed to be all right.
Now, can you tell this is Black Flag?
I'm confused. They wouldn't let him work on a car in Black Flag. So he must be back at his pit stall.
Yeah. Are they doing? Did they have to do a full 5-minute pit stop? So they're doing that now?
See, I don't know. I've turned up the volume a little bit. They're talking.
Yeah. Because if you look at the time, is that a timer right there at 4:25?
Oh yeah.
4:30. So it looks like they're just finishing up their 5-minute pit stop. They'll probably head back out, wait for the Black Flag, and then come back in.
So, and what they instructed the driver was kind of curious. They said, if it overheats, just bring it back in and take it to the paddock. So there must be some other issue that they're worried about here with overheat.
Well, maybe they...
Up there in the front where he took
the radiator.
Yeah, it could be the sensor that got busted. And maybe the cooling system's okay. And they're like, well, if it overheats, just bring it in, because the sensor may have gotten broken in that accident.
Sure.
Mayhaps it is, mayhaps it ain't.
So, he's just going to take it back. He's pointing to the back. They're taking it back.
Oh.
So, that's a shame.
Well, that was...
Now clapped out.
A class win thrown away.
Yes.
Easy
come,
pretty hard
easy
hit
go. Yeah.
On that right rear wheel. Checking the car out. The passenger's door is still opened. So it doesn't look like the fender's rubbing the wheel on the right side. Doesn't look broken yet.
It's possible that the front left on the Miata is low enough where it may have just perfectly hit the wheel and nothing else.
No, it definitely got the body work.
Okay.
And slid, got it kind of mid-car and then slid down as the 993 was still carrying forward momentum as they turned in. So you can see scratch marks from the passenger door down to above the wheel, all the way kind of past the wheel.
Yeah.
So the front end just kind of slid down it.
The 993 is not turning laps, so
yeah,
they're hurt too.
Okay.
Yeah, right in front of me. They're washing the windshield.
Well, that's promising.
Yeah.
Maybe they can get back out there. It took a nasty knock right on that wheel.
I was looking at BMW. So is that their gas tank on that side? Yeah. Okay, so he's back out.
Yeah, the filler is on that side, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, that's where. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
It hit right there. It kind of squished it in with the rest of the bodywork.
Ooh.
Oh
no.
Yeah. I was wondering if the filler neck was damaged or anything.
Yeah, it's not great news.
It's not great news.
It was a hard hit.
Yeah.
Hotel.
And all that metal over there where the gas filler is at is all that double-walled stuff. It's really strong, so when you get hit like that, it's going to be difficult to get that knocked back out. It's very strong.
But maybe it holds up with that hit, right? So maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm being optimistic with them.
Yep.
I mean, they've had a lot of troubles today. Flapped out. They're currently running in 28th place. Showing the 718 of Atlanta Speedworks is not turning laps. I remember seeing that car recently.
Are we still hitting brakes at the bottom of the hour?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not performing at my best either.
Well, see, I slept, so that's why I gently prompted.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a quick break for commercial. Be back in a few. Stay with us. Watching Champ Car Live. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
No. Seriously?
Oh, come on.
No.
You for real?
Dale.
Really?
Wow.
So maybe just a cable?
We can help you.
Welcome to America's #1 battery destination, AutoZone, your battery solution.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We are at the Lifeline 24-Hour Classic at VIR this weekend. Paul Veltum with Tiffany Alexander, Brian Belansky, Phil Strong, David Haynes, Kyle Lockrow. The list goes on and on. We've had a lot of people helping out call the show for you this weekend. Hope you've enjoyed that. And the camera's been removed from the Blake's machine, and looks like they're looking at getting it loaded up. So, but welcome back, everyone. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your Sunday morning. And checkered flag in our target now for about 1 hour and 20 minutes away. Rockwell Autosport Development leads this race over Visceral Racing Group, followed by RVA Graphics and Wraps, Bulldog Racing, 901 Motorsport, Rockwell Autosport Development number 1715 in 6th. Then it's Wheels America Racing, another Rockwell car in 8th. Then it's Fuse 15 and Theoretical Racing in 10th. So the Rockwell crew having a good show of it here this weekend. All their cars inside the top 10, I believe. They brought 3.
Right. So in the bent-over racing car, Ken Shipley is in, and he's going to do the last hour and change for them. They're feeling like maybe a win's out of contention for them, but whatever. They wanted to apologize to you that the feed's not working anymore. They're not really motivated to restart it at this point. I think everybody's just trying to hold out for the checker.
Yeah.
RPG has internal engine damage. If I can get the words out.
Oh, okay.
So that's what took them out.
That's a shame.
Red Kite 7 are also out. The Impact at turn 10 with one of the Porsches tore a steering rod bushing that got worse and eventually failed. That was what ultimately ended their
Going
day.
to caution, Tiffany. Looks like there's some debris flagged over there coming out of 12, but if you have more to report, go right ahead.
I can't see anything of interest at the moment.
All right.
But I will let you know.
This is also that really cool time in the race where teams who may have had problems in the first 6 hours and took the effort to put the car back together and get back out there will now start to pick up spots pretty quick here. They're not going to get to the front, but they could turn a 30th place car into a 15th place car really easy here.
Well, some of these top cars that have broken are, coming down the running order, and the cars that are still running are working their way up.
Exactly. Yep.
Just got to keep going long enough for, maybe squeak out a decent finish. I'm thinking with these cars, some of these dropping down, if it keeps continuing. Trophy Wife's shown in 21st right now, which is 2 EC cars, so it's actually 19th. And you've still got a couple of cars that are out that are tumbling. So, that could end up a decent sounding top 15 maybe. If you play your cards right and get a little lucky, who knows? Chip, you want to chat with us, or you just want to hang out in the AC? All right. Yep, that's all you.
Okay.
Hey, so Chip just got out of the car. You were in the
901.
How was it?
It was fun.
Yeah?
Yeah. Fun car. Little, sister car of the 903.
That's their new build?
That's the newer build, yeah. They've had that Frank's had that for a little while, a couple of years maybe. But the 903 had a fresher motor in it, and 901 was totally a momentum car. So you just had to wheel it around.
Kind of looks like you laid down the fastest lap of the team, though.
I did.
You.
I did. Yes.
Way to go.
Yeah, you
Notice how he lays down the fastest lap, Tiffany, and then comes up to chat with us.
He came to see me.
I did.
Y'all just get him as a bonus.
Yeah. I'm here for Tiffany.
That's what it is.
Well, I'm actually here for the AC. If we really want to know the truth.
Right.
Yeah, it's still pretty hot, and you're getting into the hottest time of the day with all that humidity. It's got to be rough out there after being sleep deprived, and it's a long race weekend.
Yeah. Yesterday I had, I think I just went stupid. I was in the Bliss Miata, and the first hour my cool shirt was working just fine. And then I'll turn it on and off as the race goes on, turn it on for like 3 laps or so and then turn it off. And it was in the second hour of my stint, and I go to turn it on and it doesn't come on. So yeah, it got hot.
It never did come back on.
Never. I think in the end what happened was my one hose came loose. And I was just too dumb to think about checking it.
That's unpleasant, though.
Yeah. Well, what was going on? The little switch, the little lock nut on the little switch, the toggle switch came loose. So the switch was just banging around and stuff. So I was like, well, maybe something came loose on the switch, but so that's what I was focused on. But yeah, that was hot because that was from 2 to 4. So that was heat of the day for sure.
Yeah, it was warm. We were out there together. So you were cooking, and I was came in with my tummy all cold.
I hate you.
It froze my skin. It was so nice.
Yeah, rub it in. Thank you.
There's that green flag taking us back to racing, and cars are back underway. Oh, and Timothy wants to know what color gloves you use, Chip, to race with.
Who, me?
Yeah. What color?
I had blue gloves.
He has blue gloves, so there you go, Timothy. We've got a superstition going.
Almost as fast as the yellow gloves. Actually, they must be faster. Brett was in that car, right?
Brett was in that car.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Yeah, I gave him some tips before I left the track yesterday when he was getting in the car.
Yeah.
And
we talked about that a little bit.
Frank was like, Brett wants to talk to you. He looked at your data and he's got some questions. so I gave him all my pointers.
So if anybody's ever had the opportunity of talking to Chip and letting him break a track down for you, don't pass up that opportunity. This man is unbelievably detailed, and just no one breaks a track down quite like you. I really enjoy listening to you when we've talked in the past.
Yeah.
Now I haven't been able to do all of it, but at least I know what I'm supposed to be doing, right?
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, that's what he told me to do. Yeah, I've been driving this track since probably 20 years now.
Oh wow, okay.
So I was thinking about it last night, and I've probably just in the 24s alone, I've probably done close to 40 stints.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a
when
lot.
I go ask someone to break down my laps, they say I don't have that much time.
Yeah, I think we were here one time, and I don't have a lot of time here, so I was struggling with what are those turn numbers? I still don't remember them. 3 and 4, I think, last time, and so I'd ask Chip a couple of questions, and then that led into about a 30-minute discussion of the entire track, and I was like, halfway through it, I was like, I really should have had paper and pen and been writing this down. There's no way I'm going to remember all this.
Well, just record me next time.
Yeah.
That's right.
But four is one of those turns, and I think Wyatt was talking about this at that podcast.
Yep.
It really is a throwaway turn, but it is a very, they always say that the turn onto a straightaway is the most important turn. Well, that's turn 4.
Right.
Because you're driving the rest of it kind of like a straightaway.
Yep. You are full throttle from there all the way to 10. So
4. There's a couple of ways to get through it, but there's also a couple of really bad ways to get through it.
Oh, yeah, I definitely went some of the bad ways.
Yeah. So the secret, though, is once you come around 4 and you get back to full throttle, that you stay in it. And what a lot of people end up doing is they want to carry a lot of speed through 4, and then they get back on full throttle, and they get to 5, and between 5 and 5A, they have to lift.
Because they can't make the turn.
Because they can't make the turn. So, it's my, Pinky's teammates will give me a hard time because I'm a little bit slower through 4, but I'm carrying more speed up the S's. So, I'd rather have that.
Where it counts, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you lift going uphill, that's a huge momentum killer.
I'm not full throttle till I'm like coming out of T5. You're getting full throttle much earlier than that.
Right here.
Right when you turn in.
Yeah.
I got to try
right
that.
At 4.
Scare myself some more.
Yeah. And depending on how you come into 4, you might be full throttle coming into the apex.
Where do you downshift to 3rd? Here or here? I'm looking at 4 and 3.
Yeah, usually in the E30s, we're carrying 4 through turn 3.
Then you downshift.
Sometimes we can carry 4 through there.
Oh, really?
We're
Okay.
Fuel conserve, and it really doesn't bother our lap times that much. But usually we'll downshift to 3rd, and then as we turn in, then you have the 2 right-handers, and depending, I think they're renaming all these now. It's T4A and T4B. So T4B is the first right-hander, and then 5A is the second right-hander. And what we'll do is we'll grab 3rd going around 4, and then we take that second right-hander right before we turn in. We'll grab 4th.
Gotcha.
So kind of load up the front, get a good turn in, and then back to throw.
You're way ahead of me because I'm getting.
Yeah.
I'm going to 4th, exiting T5 to TB.
Well, you were driving the E36.
Yeah.
So that's going to a little different gearing and
I think it's a little low gearing in that one too.
Yeah. A lot of times they, I've instructed some spec E36 guys, and they've, don't really get 5th gear much because of their gearing.
5th when I do the turn in, wherever that turn is right here. I'm grabbing 5th before that. I got in 5th 3 different places on the track: the front straightaway, the uphill S's, and the back straightaway. And I'm topped out 5th on the back straightaway. That's in.
Okay.
At the top of it.
Yeah.
I was like.
Yeah. Wonder what they have in their diff. Yeah.
I don't know anything about BMWs. Just let me drive it.
I got to give a shout out to my my one teammate Justin, who's not here. Sorry, buddy. It was fun. We missed you.
Rub it in. Is he the only person from your team that didn't hop a ride with somebody else?
No, Justin and Roger didn't
Roger's
come up.
not here, yeah.
Chris
Preston drives with y'all for the 24.
Chris Preston and then David Martin. He didn't make it. But everyone that showed up got a ride. Too bad, Justin.
I saw Hurley slumming it down there at RVA.
Yeah.
Good times. Okay. Stay hydrated.
All right, Paulie, good talking to you.
Good talking to you. Thanks, Chip, for coming up. Really appreciate you doing that.
Yep.
It's always fun watching you. All right. You take care.
We'll see you at the award ceremony. Probably.
901's coming in for their
Okay.
final stop, and Money Shift is heading out after what they hope to be their final stop. rolling out onto the racetrack to rejoin this competition. Money Shift in 37th position, with a lot of cars behind them still racing. Brew Crew shows in the pits, as well as Chump Change. And Theoretical Racing, they're shown in the pits too, up in 10th place.
I still think Visceral needs to make a stop.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm a little confused because when I looked at their pit stop, looking at their lap detail in Race Hero, I'm seeing they stopped twice, at lap 440 and then again at lap 442. So I'm not sure if that was all before 2 hours.
Maybe they came down the pit lane, then went through the paddock.
That's right.
And then came back on the pit lane, went out, made a lap, and then came back in again.
Okay.
And then they may have just rolled through that second time.
Gotcha.
If I'm remembering
So still,
correctly.
that makes sense because you told me they went behind and then they came back out. So that would make sense why they got that loop twice in 2 laps. And then, so yeah, they may still need to make that change, Brian. Like you're saying, they may still need to come in.
Yeah, they came in at 440.
Yeah.
That's more than an hour ago.
Okay. So there you go.
Yeah, hour and 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's
Just
just
20
too long.
minutes before the 2 hour mark. The 2
Yeah.
hours to mark, yeah.
So
Right around there.
if nothing else, they have to make a driver change.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I don't recall seeing them make a driver change when they came through on these 2 stops.
And even if they did, that was more than the 2 hour point.
Exactly.
And we watched Rockwell, the number 1 car who's leading this race, make that stop and within the 2 hour time limit and exit the pits correctly. So we're convinced they don't need to stop again unless they have some fuel issue or something else. Again, it still looks like advantage Rockwell Autosport Development for the number 1 car for the win of the race, and we'll see if they can hang on to it. We've seen the craziest things happen in the last 15 minutes of a big race like this.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
901, car number 903, getting geared up to head back out. And he's just going to get his sunglasses there. So that brings up a question. See, I don't use anything. Like the only thing I use is a smoked visor. Brian, I'm wondering, what do you use as far as to take care of sun? Are you wearing glasses or?
No. So I use a clear shield and a smoked tear off.
Gotcha.
So if the changes, I can pull the tear off and have a clear shield if it gets dust, cloudy and I don't like the smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't have to worry about changing shields throughout the course of the race.
Yeah. What about you, Tiffany? How do you deal with it?
I have these polarized prescription sunglasses that I love and are nice and comfy. And I just open my visor and stick them in there.
Gotcha.
They're really good at, for the sun and everything, but also obviously.
Sorry.
Another close one
And
there.
they also work in really low light conditions pretty well. So twilight and that sort of thing, and they don't have any of those little nose pieces or anything. So if I need to take them off, like if it got really dark or rained all of a sudden, I can pull them off super easy. Just chunk them in the car somewhere or whatever.
Yeah.
And the Transitions prescription glasses actually work really well for that kind of thing. The ones that get darker and lighter depending on the sunlight.
Oh, yeah.
Because I have to wear glasses in my helmet because I can't see without them.
Prescription sunglasses, so
That's-
it's all
yeah.
encompassed into one.
That's one of the dilemmas I've run into. My eyes have finally gotten bad enough to where I have to have I would need to have something. I can't read the gauges.
Yeah.
So I'm okay looking out the window and all that, but I can't read the gauges, so I'm trying to figure
That's
out
kind of
what to
the
do about
problem.
that.
Mine are for seeing out the window, right? And so when I try to look at stuff in the car, it gets a little blurry, especially like when it gets dark.
Yeah, I have progressive lenses, so it helps me see the lens, see the gauges, and out the front window.
Right.
All the things.
Well, that's what I normally wear when I'm, on the street and I'm trying to hide from all the fans and the paparazzi.
Yeah.
Because
I imagine
Kent,
for you that's a big problem.
It's a problem, but my glasses, like Clark Kent, nobody can tell that's who I really am.
Got it.
So
the 64 of O-Town just headed back out with their Audi TT. It's been sitting in the paddock for a while.
That poor Audi. Man.
Right.
Those guys have been through it. They've had like 2 race seasons in one race. All the trouble they've had with that car.
But they're still after it.
Yeah, they're staying after it. And it's encouraging. One of my good friends, Tyler Pedersen, went through that when he started road racing, and it went on for years. It was like, man, it's so inspirational because he just would never say die. Those guys would fix that car, do whatever they had to do to get it back out there, and every race, it was just like, man, he really paid his dues. And he ends up with a really nice race car. I mean, he really got it combed out, working good, and built a fresh one. And I think it's even better than the other one.
Well, and it's very satisfying when you actually make a change and see improvements.
Yeah.
As you develop a car.
Sure.
I love driving, but I love building even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really do.
If you want to stop over at my place sometime, I got this Honda.
Yep.
Use some hands.
You buy the plane ticket. I'll come out and play.
That's right. You're kind of a little ways away from me.
I am.
Like the other side of the United States.
Through some of the really long states. They're wide.
Yeah.
At least it's not Texas, I guess.
I'm a couple flyover states away.
On board with 901 Motorsport in the car number 903. And this is the car that I believe Chip was driving. And so we got to hear from him. And I think Doc has something to say here.
All right, now we're supposed to be a commercial. You're watching ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. We will be right back with the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, folks. Hang with us.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it.
Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
We've arrived at the final hour of endurance road racing here this weekend for Champ Car, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. The final hour of racing after 23 hours.
Uh-oh. Somebody's getting a salute.
Yeah.
You're number one.
It's not a car next to him. Maybe it's somebody on the other side of the racetrack or something. I don't know. But...
or maybe it was for the camera. He knows.
I don't know. Yep. Final hour,
my
folks.
Cup of coffee. Ready to go for the last hour, people.
Wait, what?
Nice.
I've had
8 a.m. here.
Yeah, I've had 4 cups of coffee today so far.
Oh, wow. I don't want to know that.
Wired. I'm going to crash big time. All right, this is going to get interesting here in the next few minutes. Let's see what happens.
Like a good amount of caffeine.
Yep. It all comes down to this. You think about all the money, all of the effort, all the time, all of the sleepless nights that led up to this moment. How is this race going to play out? It was all for this, and now it's in the hands of the drivers. With the exception of certainly Visceral Racing Group, they still need to come in and make one more pit stop. And
we'll see how that goes
All
for
right.
them.
Yep, Paulie, let's talk shop for a second. Is your start-finish line camera still working?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, that's all I need to know. I don't want to have them, like at Watkins Glen, all of a sudden it disappears.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yeah.
No, it seems to be just
I didn't.
fine.
I didn't believe you either.
It's been stable. Everything's been. You didn't believe me either, huh? Yeah. Because I
Yeah, I
so
didn't believe you. Somebody
frequently,
hit it.
I so frequently lie to you, mislead you.
He's lying.
He must be. Please let it be true that he's lying. I don't want to hear that.
I went down there and my camera's like splattered all over the track. Yeah, that's why people can't go up to the wall. Well, I can't say that's the reason. That's one of the reasons why they can't go to the wall anymore.
Because somebody hit your camera?
Oh, they hit it with the wing. It bent his wing. It splattered camera bits all over the place. It could have hit somebody. That wing could have hit somebody. You know how guys lean over the wall and they try and get a picture? All it takes is one guy not to be paying attention and
Get his head whacked off?
get his arm cut off or his head cut off. Or
That'd be gross.
It'd be-
Unfortunate.
It'd be cool, in that macabre sort of way.
We're sick.
I kid. Yeah, I thought you were going to do some sort of AI, Paul, for us.
No, I'm not going to do any AI. Thought about it. You mean like for the intro or something? Or
Yeah.
thought about it.
Robot Polly transforming into, TV talk show host Polly.
What I think I might do is something with Doc. I might get him animated. That might be kind of cool.
You got to be careful because, he probably had his image trademarked. somewhere.
Copyrighted.
Yeah. Well,
Trademarked.
when they sue me for everything they get, they won't be nearly as disappointed. They'll be much more disappointed than me.
Yeah, that's like me. It's like you know what you get? You get a basement full of MR2 parts that are probably not any good.
And 13 soundboards. Don't forget that.
Yeah, 13 soundboards. No, I have 3. No, so 1, 2.
You
3,
have more
4,
than you realize. I'm willing to bet.
5. No, I have 5 soundboards. 5 soundboards.
That's a lot.
And he's not happy
No,
with any of them.
The first 2 we got, I got a portable one for when we go on the road and a bigger one for home. They made so much noise. Paulie about killed me because they made so much noise. They were
Blame
cheap.
it on Paul.
No. Remember that? They made so much noise. They were like whistling.
Yeah.
And so I got the Yamahas. And the Yamahas worked for us for a long time, didn't it? We used that forever.
Yeah.
It was good. And then so I got a portable one to take on the road. And we used that a lot. And then these Roadcasters came out, and I like the
features.
The features. Oh no, I do have that other one, so I have 6. And the other one I got was really good. We used that forever, but the problem with it was I spilled coffee all over it. Or hot chocolate. No, hot chocolate. I spilled hot chocolate all over it, and I could never get it to work, the sliders to work right again. I cleaned and
Yeah, you can't have sugar in
no.
there.
So yeah. So I got the Roadcaster, and that's actually worked really well for me.
You
Especially
keep the
with
hot coffee and chocolates away
yes.
of it. Okay.
No coffee. Well, I have coffee, but
Without the sugar in it.
they're covered up all the time now. So
I'm on my 3rd.
yes, I know you are.
I had one. The first one I had we sold because I didn't want one of the PVs, and then I got that one, and then it was too big, so I wanted a smaller one, so I got the smaller one. So then I had 2, and then the smaller one just gave up the ghost about a week ago, so I'm down to 1. But it's huge, but it's fine.
That
I
was
have 4.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, 4.
I do. I settled on the Mixcaster, and I liked it so much I bought a second one so I wouldn't have to tear apart the studio to go on the road.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm thinking on doing, buying another Roadcaster.
I think I might have heard that the 3.4 was into the 985, which would be the 3.4 is hard 6 racing, and the 985 would be 985. Okay, bent over racing. Okay, clapped out was in the incident earlier.
Yeah, clapped out is 993.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, did you see that incident, Bill, that we caught on the show?
No.
Oh, you want to watch it?
Yeah,
Sure.
It's amazing.
Is it good? Was that the Corvette?
No, this was between Blake's Garage and was it Clapped Out, Tiffany?
Clapped Out, yeah.
I'm
Miata versus
losing
BMW.
my concentration's going away.
Yeah.
But this was the incident. We're on board
The
with
not
Blake's,
so instant replay.
Yeah.
Now it's
Long
just a
ago.
replay. Here it comes.
Oh.
That was kind of our reaction.
So the Miata didn't give way to the BMW.
Right.
Kidding.
Pretty nasty.
Yeah, that was
should have given way, and it didn't quite work out. I think he just meant to follow the second car alongside, and he just got in too hot, too heavy into that, too deep.
But you
into the
also don't
corner.
know what his braking was at the time.
Yeah.
If he had it locked up or.
Obviously, not as much as you hoped for.
Right.
No kidding.
You can hope in one hand, and
Yeah. That's kind of why I like the NASCAR bars on the doors, because it really helps support the door so they don't get caved in or fly off into the wind.
Well, I know that you guys don't require them on the passenger side, right?
No, but we put them on ours because of that. After we lost it, yeah.
Yep.
Doors are expensive, man.
Well,
door pins.
Yep.
And if somebody hits it, it kind of bends it in just a little bit. It's just a hammer, done.
Nobody would ever
when
do
it's
that.
when it's yeah. That's a lot of gauges. That's a lot of RPM. Holy cow.
like Timothy said, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting the Miata, so they're everywhere.
Yeah.
Quite a few here today.
Is it over yet?
Almost 44 minutes, folks. 44 minutes, and I still think this one may have made their stop because they're now being shown a lap down.
No, man,
Not
because
Race Hero.
yeah,
but
Race Hero still doesn't have them in yet, so maybe they're waiting on another caution. I still don't know why they didn't take that caution when they had the opportunity, but
Did I say I was going to do live interviews?
No.
yes,
Okay,
you
good.
just said it now.
No,
No,
because
we're gonna
the
record
producing
them.
that is so really hard to do. Yeah, I don't have the.
Time consuming and hot.
Yeah, and you guys just want to get home.
Yes.
Oh my God, I got the look.
I'm good. I can
I've been up
wait.
for 36 hours look.
Yeah.
I'm good. I can wait, Bill.
I know you are, Paul. With your beauty sleep and all.
Shut up, Paul. I didn't ask you. I asked them.
I'm making an executive decision.
Yeah. And Brian taking, all of a sudden Brian's like, yeah, we're going to the third place, and he's taking the corner and turn, and then all of a sudden.
It's understandable,
Kidding,
though.
Yeah.
I think I let out a little snore last night when Tiffany was interviewing Ed.
He's very soft-spoken sometimes.
It had nothing to do with Ed, by the way. Ed, this was not a reflection on the interview.
It's just a reflection of my sleep deprivation. It's all it was.
Exactly. It had
So, Bill-
nothing to do with the quality of the people of the programming.
So,
Let me
Bill,
make that perfectly clear.
We've got Gingerman next weekend. Do we still want to do a Thompson show? Or we just want to push to
I
September?
think that was a question for you, Bill.
Or did he leave?
Bill's left.
Oh, he's
Sorry,
back.
what was that?
Are we still going to do a Thompson show, or did you want to move that to just go to September for the next show?
We'll do September.
Okay.
That's pit race or
It's going to be
Mid
awesome.
Ohio.
No, we can't do Mid Ohio because Paul's racing that.
Actually, I pulled out of that. So,
Well, we still, unless you want to do it from home. We had issues doing it last year.
Oh, okay.
We can't do it from on site, but if you can do it remotely, we could.
Well, we can talk about that.
We'll talk about it.
We'll talk.
Yeah.
bug you about. And I was just curious about Thompson because that's.
No, it's we've done it before there, right? We just had issues.
Yeah, we've done it before, but I'd kind of like to get that weekend freed up.
Doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Just say, I don't want to work, Bill.
That
you have to put a request in, Paul.
A rec?
What do they call those?
Is there a request for that?
Request
Strike Thompson
request form. Yeah.
Strike Thompson. Put Mid Ohio back on the schedule, and maybe we'll do. I don't know if we
see.
can get bandwidth for all.
We need to get our numbers up at Mid Ohio, though.
What are they looking like so far? No?
Yeah, we need to get our numbers up for Mid Ohio.
Come on, guys. Register for Mid Ohio. It's a cool place.
Same with Pitt, too.
Really? I think Pitt's so awesome.
Yeah, just like this race.
That's a good track.
I think what's happening is people are just waiting till last. They want to make sure their car lasts. They want to make sure they have drivers before they join. Because look at this one. It was like 3 hours before the race started. We were at like 20 entries.
No.
And then all of a sudden we're at 80.
You
We
might
did get 10 or
exaggerate just a
15 the
little.
last couple of weeks. Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
it was pretty big.
It was actually 85,
little.
and then you had like 5 cancel.
So.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Mid Ohio.
I think people are just waiting.
Mid Ohio's so awesome too. I mean, everybody loves Mid Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was set up to race with somebody, and I backed out. So, but the
Yeah,
team.
we were supposed to do pit race, but it's just not working for everybody's schedule.
Oh, okay.
Alan took too much time off at the beginning of the year, so.
Oh, messed up his schedule. Gotcha.
Yep.
I'd like to run pit race again because I want to, not pit race. I want to run Mid Ohio because we almost won that one, or we had a chance to win that one. We were in position to win that. How do you say that without sounding?
You had a chance, solid chance.
We had a solid chance. We were leading it up until the last stint, last 2 hours.
And then it was snatched from your grasp.
I don't know. Personally, I do not think I would have been able to beat Robin Banks' fastest driver. I don't think I could have.
Were you in the car?
Yeah.
For the final stint?
I would have been in the car, yes. On the last stint. We had to fuel. He did not have to fuel. That would have put him, we would have been equal when we went out, or he would have been like half a lap back. And when we would have had to fuel, and he would have chased me down. It would have been harder because I'm trying to stay ahead. He's chasing me down. They have a lot more experience at Mid Ohio than I had. That was my first time ever racing there. So I'd only had one stint. So it would have been a big disappointment, but it would have been fun.
Did you feel like you had a lot more in the Mini Cooper than what you were able to do? Like, because that was only like one stint, right? I mean, you really didn't have much time in it.
Well, I had 2 hours, which is pretty good. I mean, that was a lot more time than I got in the Camaros over time. But yes,
I think,
and no.
I know for me, like the first time I get into a car, the next day is when it really comes together for me. I've had Saturdays when I was really hot and really on top of it, but usually for me it's the second day that it all kind of comes together. Does that happen to you?
Yeah, kind of. It's usually third stint. I've got it all together because first stint is like, what the heck does this thing do? How does it respond? Second stint is, okay, where can I push it? And third stint is, okay, I've got this.
Right.
So it's because I've been thinking about it. I've been talking to people, and they said, I wasn't braking. I mean, their drivers are 10 seconds a lap faster than me.
Yeah.
Part of it is
it's a big racetrack though too.
They've got a lot more seat time this year than I do.
Yeah.
They've got more seat time in that car than I do.
Right. No, nobody's faulting you for being.
But no, I'm not.
It's just trying to.
But this is this is a track I race on a lot. Or I drive on a lot. But there's a lot of. I wasn't going to push it.
Right. You know enough about the track to know what definitely not to do, and how you don't want to get yourself in over your head.
The thing I was worried about the most was there's some really fast cars here and good drivers and some pro drivers. And I've raced against pro drivers before, and they take some risks that I don't think are necessary. And I saw it. I saw some young kid racers that are good, but they take unnecessary risks, and they did take some unnecessary risks around me that put me at, that could have ruined my day.
Right.
And like right through here,
Like
this hurts.
more
if you get
risky
off.
than you wanted to be involved with.
Yeah, and you back off and just take it, man. If you run it that bad, take it.
Right.
We're in position to win this in F class, and I'm just going to keep it together and do our job. So, I'll move out of your way because I know I can only do 110 miles an hour or whatever this thing does. But I could be faster if I drove it more.
Sure.
Well, it's muscle memory.
Yeah.
And anything you do more, you do better.
Yeah.
When I was
You
driving,
gotta figure out, I really like the way the throttle response was for, there's just the throttle and transmission. The engine needed more torque. I like torque, because I drive these V6s. Yeah, I drive V6s or V8s. I like the torque, but it was fun. That's like driving the Opel GT, slowest car ever, and you went, I want more speed, but it was fun.
Yeah. Makes you work for it.
Yes, you have to work for that second or half a second or whatever it is. So, yeah.
I just want lots of horsepower to make up for my lack of ability.
Finally, the truth comes out.
Yeah.
No one wants to say it. Finally, Brian brings it out.
Just leave it to me, man.
I just want enough power to cover up the mistakes.
We see it. I mean, you see a car that there's no way that car can beat me. He's cheating. No, that driver just knows how to freaking drive.
Yep.
And, I say all the time, I'm the greatest driver in the whole world. I know I suck. It's like, we don't say it publicly, okay? But wait.
Oh, wait, was I not supposed to say that? I didn't get that memo.
Yeah. No, it's I've driven some really cool teams. I've driven Visceral's car in a 24-hour. That was fun.
You did, yeah.
Never driven a Porsche before in my life. And
that was your first Porsche?
That was the first Porsche.
All right.
Oh, you never forget your first one.
No, I drove a 911 SC in England on the street.
First Porsche on track.
Porsche. No,
race.
Second Porsche on track. I drove a GT3 on track.
Okay.
That's
speed. A lot of fun.
Yeah, but not a wheel-to-wheel race. So
right. So first.
It was a track day.
Race in a Porsche.
Yeah. So, and the GT3 was fun, but I actually preferred the 944 over the GT3. So that engine out back.
It's a little different.
Yes, it's a lot different.
But the sound.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
that's the sound of like heaven. I don't know. Like
I was also
sounds like.
I was also on track with a Ferrari something or another that just.
It's a Ferrari.
That had sound.
I love hearing that. Just run up through the gears like.
Yeah.
I just
so
love
we had a car here this weekend during the test day, McLaren something or another or not McLaren. It was a Lamborghini, or Lamborghini whatever race car, and oh God, that thing sounded so good.
I've threatened
like that.
I've threatened for a long time to go to Beverly Hills on a Saturday, blindfold myself, and record myself going and naming the car driving by just by the sound. Because you've got supercars all over there on the weekends, and they all sound amazing.
Atlanta
I can't afford any of them.
Yeah.
Atlanta has cars and coffee stuff.
Yeah.
You can always tell the Mustangs because it's always preceded by a crash. Kidding.
Before the Mustang you hear the Mustang, you hear the Bruce Springsteen coming out of the radio. Did I say that out?
Hey, we're riding
cars
along
and
with a Ford
coffee in
Mustang.
Birmingham too.
Yeah.
I just go to the track. I like to hear them coming down the front straightaway at the track at Barber. It's a beautiful sound.
So what's the time? What's the let's see, number 1? Where is he on track? Let me pull up my Flagtronics.
901. Is that what you said?
No, he's
number
one.
Oh, number 1.
So number 1, there he is in the blue box. And 918.
Our second place car.
Is that one. So 918 is going into turn 3 right now, while number 1 is behind him,
And
going into turn 1.
They're showing 1 minute and 54 seconds is the gap from first to second. While you were trying to analyze that, Race Hero gave us
I
that
just want to
number.
physically see it on track, Paul, because I'm a visual type person.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. So after 487 laps of racing, we've got Vissel Racing Group leading the way. Vissel Racing Group in second, Rockwell leading, RVA Graphics in third, Bulldog Racing in fourth, 901 Motorsport in fifth. Stay with us for the finish of the Lifeline 24-hour classic. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Nice. Yeah, I heard about this.
So I would actually go with the full synthetic.
Ceramic pads for the Duralast rotors.
I did it.
You see how it's...
I did it.
That's it?
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Welcome back, everybody, for the conclusion of the Lifeline 24-Hour Classic at VIR. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Brian Belansky, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong as we count down the final minutes of this incredible race, the epic 24-hour race at Virginia International Raceway. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Please like and subscribe, and so that you'll be notified the next time we go live to broadcast our next covered race. On board with Wittenauer Motorsports right now in their Mini Cooper. But right now, the talk of the day is Rockwell Autosport in their Porsche Boxster, the number 1 car, and the battle that they're having right now with Visceral Racing Group as they approach 500 laps of racing here at VIR in this scorching heat and stifling humidity, peppered with cautions and strewn with blown engines and oil on the racetrack. These drivers have seen almost everything today. As I mentioned earlier, they've done maybe 2 seasons worth of racing, some of them in one race alone, as we close down the final minutes here of this epic race.
So, Paul, I need you to weigh in. We were talking while you were catching a couple of hours of shut-eye. If Wittenauer makes it to the podium and wins this race in F-Class, Bill should drink out of his shoe, right?
Yeah. Do a shoey.
I think Bill needs to do a shoey.
Yeah.
Bill, we're volunteering you for some things.
Yeah, that would be great on the that'd be a great picture. That'd be a great photo op.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, we have
for our
video
club.
of that.
That would go viral.
Stand out there with the checkered flag and checker it in the middle of the track?
No, we think that
you
if Wittenauer wins F-Class, that you should drink out of a shoe.
Yeah, the last guy's stint that you should do a shoey.
You got to do a shoey.
What do you think?
We don't get champagne. Only first, second, and third
No,
get
drink
champagne.
lemonade.
Something else.
Just drink lemonade. I don't care what you drink out of your shoe. Just drink it.
That'll ruin my shoe.
No, it's not your
I
shoe.
am not an F1 driver where they get given, lots of money for one,
I
and
hear
the other
it.
part is they get probably given uniform.
Extra shoes.
I
Yeah,
hear it's
extra
really
shoe.
good though. I hear it tastes great.
Have you seen my feet?
Well, just put Bloody Mary mix in there. It just adds a little salt.
Yeah.
Kill all the bacteria. I bet if you don't want to use one of your shoes, we could probably get someone from the audience to volunteer one.
Oh,
Visceral.
So I don't know, all you folks.
Visceral has pitted.
I don't know. Okay.
You in your pit.
I don't know if people know how Chelsea, how Tiffany and I met, but it was basically the one and only race I ever won overall.
Mm-hmm.
I told my guys, I said, we came in and they're all like, "Yay!" spraying beer on us and stuff. And I said, where are the women? Where are the and I forget how I said it, but it's probably something that would get me canceled today. And one of my guys goes over and sees Tiffany and her 2 friends and brings them
My car
over.
had blown up, right? So we're just hanging out.
Yeah. and I posed with a picture
And they were like, he asked us, and my friend Allie and her friend, I think it's Scarlett with us, and they were like, you could see them shaking their head, and I was like, why the hell not?
yeah.
So
and they all posed, and they, so we got pictures with the girls, and of course I get home and my wife doesn't say anything. She's at one point she says, "Who are the girls?" I don't know.
That is actually how we met.
Yep. So yeah.
Fitting that it would be something inappropriate and sexist,
Huh?
I said it's fitting that it would be something both inappropriate and sexist.
Oh yeah, that's. I didn't expect it. It was more of a joke. I didn't expect him to go find 3 women.
Right. Of course they
There's not a lot
did.
of women at the racetrack all the time,
No.
right?
Right.
And then, especially not that would be like, sure, why not? I mean, we're all hot and sweaty. I think me and Allie both done a stint in the car. I think Allie had done 2 stints, and I did the middle one, and then the car blew up.
Yeah.
I raced with the
Doesn't
series
like
one.
not have oil in it. Apparently, that's the thing.
Their trophy girls were two grandmothers. It was
I was
amazing.
on for that too.
It was amazing. They were all into it. They were there every race weekend.
yeah.
It was
that's
awesome.
great.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
They have their little sash.
Yep, the whole deal.
Doc's following of
That'd
the
be
LOL.
awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. That'd be
Little
awesome.
ladies league or
The
something.
League of Little
The ladies.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing was that we talk about, the wheelchair ladies, that would,
And the walkers.
yeah,
and
the walkers and stuff. And we were Petite Le Mans. And I swear to God, I forget her name now, but her husband was in charge of Trans Am at one point. And, or she something like that. But she's like the lead historian for one of those series. And she rolls up and she's in a wheelchair. She just had some stuff then. And she's talking to her. And I'm like, oh my God, I've got to get a picture of this. She played along. It was so funny.
Yep.
Oh God. All right, back to the race.
3 minutes.
3 laps behind Visceral. I don't know, man.
Are we there yet?
And Visceral's
Where
in
did
the
they
pits.
go out? See, if I was Visceral,
I think Visceral's gone.
I would go out. I would wait to get out about the same time that the one is out. Kind of go out together. Looks like 420 is being black flagged for something. I don't know.
I mean, they're 4 laps down now.
Yeah, but you can
What?
pressure him into doing. You can pressure the one into doing something dumb. Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe
but
not.
I'd just let him drive by. If I was the one, just let him drive by.
I mean, that'd be the smart thing to do. But Bill's talking about Bill's strategy. Totally
That's
different
true.
thing.
That's true.
You have to think like Bill to understand this sometimes.
So someone's going to have to.
Of course, a lot of
track
us can
down-
get sucked in.
Yeah, I get sucked in and
Mhm.
Oh,
Oh, I'm not letting Bill pass me. I think
So-
somebody might have said that earlier.
Bill, when you do your post-race interviews, you need to ask the Visceral folks why they didn't pit on that full course caution at 2 hours, or just a little after 2 hours.
pretty certain it was because it was going to be over too quick. Where their track position was, they would have came in and got stuck, and it would have been the same because it was over pretty quick.
Well, it was at least 2 or 3 laps under caution. Just to make a driver change, that probably would have been plenty of time.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I think they could have got it done, but
Just a thought.
It's 2020.
I just like to learn people's thought process. I think it's fascinating. Especially since this is a team that's usually up front, so they're thinking things out
Make
pretty
good decision. Yeah. And he asked me, he said, why, he didn't blame us, but, and I told him, I saw the car come down the hill and not, the track was discussing the situation, and they agreed that it was done in an unsafe manner and we have to go from there. And Ron, and I explained that to Ron, and it could have ended bad if somebody was coming down pit lane.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he agreed. So, it is what it is. And that's kind of what he said too. Sometimes you just,
Sometimes it
it
doesn't work
happens.
out, yeah.
So Visceral leaves pit lane. Go ahead, Tiffany. Sorry.
And especially when you're kind of, sometimes on the ragged edge of it, there's not a lot of room for.
I don't think they
error.
had enough fuel.
Okay.
I think, I don't know for a fact, but I don't think they had enough fuel. Just by the conversation they had with their driver, I think they had to play the fuel thing. So they were waiting for more Code 35s to do it. So, of course, that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Now it will.
Yeah, we had a bajillion of them in a row, and then none. This last hour, practically.
Max says the one car is in fuel save mode. And that probably makes sense, looking at the times. When this current driver got in the car, they were clicking off 214s, 215s. Last few laps, a couple 217s, a 219 to 220. So, but they stopped, went back on the track with an hour 57 left. So that car should be able to make it without any issues.
And about a quarter after, I'm going to go down and film the finish. So we have a good high 4K.
How are you going to film it at a quarter after?
Sorry, quarter till.
That would be now.
No, I'd like to see him
I
go
would
down
rather
a
see the quarter after. I think that'd be more interesting.
Hey,
How did he do that?
Paulie, let me know when they come by.
Where is everyone?
All right,
Go
stop.
sit down, Crampaw. Go sit down.
Love you guys. And thanks for listening. Remember to like and subscribe to us.
Yippee.
Make sure everybody listening, make sure you go to Inside Champ Car, our podcast that we do on Tuesday live at 9:30. I'll have a special guest. I don't know yet. I'll have it. Don't tell anybody. It's a mystery guest. You'll be really surprised.
So will you.
Yeah, so
See
will
you
I.
Tuesday, Bill.
So, yep. All right, guys. We'll see you.
All right, we can talk about Bill now.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't we talked enough about Bill, though?
I was going to say, it's not like we don't talk about him when he's here.
That too.
Actually, more fun when he's here.
There's got to be something else interesting to talk about. Okay.
Yeah, like...
tell him the oak tree camera went down. I want him to go fix it. That'll go over well.
Look at all the marching ants. We're 23 hours and 45 minutes into this race. And
is Bill still up there, Tiffany?
Yeah.
Tell him the start-finish cam just went down.
Ollie said the start-finish cam.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Just
I'm
turned around and
sorry.
kept walking.
I don't know why, but we just lost 3 of our track cameras all at the same time. Sorry. Sorry, Brian. I just didn't
That's
want him
okay.
to get away.
Yeah.
Because we're going to, if he doesn't take that seriously and fix that, we're not going to get the finish.
Yeah. Well, while Bill's working on
Unless
that, there must be 50 cars still out there.
Yeah, there's got to be. I would agree with that. There's so many cars out there.
It is nuts at 23 hours and
The top
45
29 are all out there except one car. So that's 28. Then you got a few out.
Okay,
And then
it just came back up, Tiffany.
I'll make him run.
If he's probably got his phone. I'll just tell him. I'll just send him a message.
don't touch it now.
Oh, Mac is on the one team, so he knows for sure they are in fuel save mode. So I don't have to wonder. That's first-hand knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. They just our track cams just kind of blinked.
Solar flare.
Yeah, EMP. Drat those EMPs.
Yeah. We had an EMP right during the top of the hour network news last week. You should see the engineer completely lose his stuff. What? Yeah. Anyway, looking at the top 5 here, or the top couple cars in each class, since we got a minute here and a few. And I just lost my head a little.
Car off after. Up, we're going full course.
Uh-oh.
Car off after the oak tree.
Huh. Of course, it doesn't
They're gonna
show
go
up
retrieve that.
there. We're seeing cautions over in 3 and 4 area. Over in the 4
Oh,
area.
well, maybe
So
I
in
didn't
10.
really see that far away.
Yeah, now everyone's going caution. There you go.
Oh, gotcha.
Um,
Delayed reaction.
A class, your top 3, Fuse 15, Wheels America, Open Throttle. B class, your top 3, RTR, RPG, and I'm going to call them PBM because it seems like you have to have 3 letters names.
Yes.
Pickle Boy Motorsports in B. C class, top 3, Rockwell, Visceral, RVA Graphics. And scrolling down to D class, RTR, Section 8, and Lot Lizard Racing. EC, Team Bruce Innovations, Danger Racing, Team ACP. And in F class, getting ready to do his shoey, Bill Strong, that Team Whitnauer Motorsports. I'm going to get him to do it. I am. Full Open Throttle Racing and MDR. You know, Whitnauer and F, they're this little family-run team. We had them on the podcast. just the sweetest people. I'm so happy for them.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually
Just
met. It's Ron, right? Is the senior?
I believe so.
Yeah, I
That
met
podcast
him,
was a long time ago.
I met him at Mid Ohio. Like, gosh, it's been so many years ago. But I was doing a track day with my dad at Mid Ohio, and I had my Roadster, and this guy comes up to me and says, "Hey, I've never been on this track. I'm kind of new to racing. Wondering if you would just be willing to go around with me." I said, "Well, sure." And because my car was small and his car he had a vintage Mini. And so I took him around. We ran around a couple laps or something like that, and I didn't really think much of it. And and then here we are years later, and they're like, "Yeah, I was that guy. You're the one who took me around all those years ago." I'm like, "Oh wow, that's pretty cool." So yeah, that was fun.
And Todd Covey makes a really good point in the chat. Wittenauer's in 12th in an F-class car after 24 hours against all these heavy hitters.
Oh yeah,
that's a
good
big
point.
deal.
It really is. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
My brain isn't thinking.
Pretty impressive.
Big deal.
Yeah, it really is. That's cool.
Yeah.
And they even had Bill driving with them.
That's even more impressive. Yeah.
That's good stuff.
I wonder if
so.
we're gonna
Is this going to be Bill's first possible win in a 24-hour race?
Oh,
As a
good
driver?
question. I don't know. Maybe.
I have to troll him a little bit on that on Tuesday.
Because usually he's in the paddock.
Yeah.
Working on it. So.
Yeah.
So I don't know. RTR's in the pits. I wonder if we're going to finish under caution here.
Yeah.
We're getting ready to go back to green.
Okay.
Those of you who want to hear from all of the racers and our winners here, tune in on Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern to the Inside Champ Car podcast. Bill and I will have those interviews and some mystery guests. And I think Bill then takes all the rest of the interviews and puts them up not during the podcast. So all that sound will be coming on the Champ Car.Live YouTube channel throughout the week.
And then in the following days, I'll get the national points system updated, and I'll get that to our
leader
webcaster.
is on pit road.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's come in. This is strange.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on here.
Is he just going to put a quick splash of fuel in because he's got a 2-lap lead? But I don't think that's enough.
It's a 5-minute stop.
Yeah, there's no such thing. Actually, he's loosening his belts. It looks like they're going to do a driver
Bill
change.
thought they needed to do a driver change before the end, but I thought they were right at the 2-hour
No,
mark.
yeah, I think they were fine.
Maybe this is just they want to get a different driver in to go across the finish line.
Yeah, I
Seems
think,
like a risky move.
Yeah. They must feel that they have some kind of a problem there. So, for basically, this will be maybe 2 laps. You don't need a radio. Just go. What are you going to do with a radio? You only got 2 laps.
That's true.
That's one of the nice things about going in last. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Just get in the car and go.
I bet you this is just a want to get the new guy or someone a chance to cross the finish line in a 24-hour race
That would be
first.
hugely risky, though, but I don't know why else they would do it.
They've got 2 laps. It's not that big of a risk as long as the car doesn't die.
Yeah.
Let's see if Mac, who's in the chat, ceremonial. Yep, they wanted to get Doug Oakley to finish the race for the team, so they brought him in to get Doug in the car. And so Doug Oakley's going to take the Rockwell Autosport #1 car to victory lane for this team. That's cool.
Yeah.
Want him to take the checker.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fantastic. Well, it's great that they have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, definitely.
And if they'll probably try to line up the 1 car, the 715, and the 10 car, so they can cross the finish line together, a la Le Mans.
Yeah, that's always fun. It's fun to
Yeah.
see that, to see that. Our start-finish camera went down again, so I'm not sure we're going to get the finish, folks. But
no.
But we've got you guys in the tower. You can kind of call it, or I can call it. It's fine. It might come
Sorry, I
back
didn't hear some of that. Rick was up here asking him. Well, I was asking him where my cool shirt was, and he was asking me where his was. So we had to swap earlier.
Actually, I can do a
What did you need from me?
refresh on this. Nothing. We're good.
Okay.
The start-finish cam's going up and down.
Oh. I can't see start finish really great from my vantage point, but I can see everybody as they're on like a couple
It's all
of
right.
feet to it.
We're inside the car, so we'll know.
Yeah.
So it'll be okay.
Yeah, we'll have a different vantage point of the start-finish line.
Yeah. Not altogether bad.
No.
Normally in a situation like this, I would have a picture-in-picture thing going on, so we get to see both of them. But if it comes back up, oh, there it just came up, so we might get to see it after all. There we go.
There it is.
Let's see if
Looking
it'll
all
stick
pretty.
with us. Just give us 2 laps, buddy. That's all we're asking here. So, RVA Graphics and Wraps show not turning laps. They're in 3rd place. They may be in the pits.
But with 4 minutes to go,
You're calling 2 to go.
2-lap lead, they can probably stay in the pits.
Yeah.
Unless they're doing the same thing and trying to get someone in the car to take the checkered flag.
Oh, you're welcome, Bernie. Thank you, Brian and Tiffany, for coming in and doing this again. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for having me.
I haven't missed this one in many years now.
No.
This is one of my favorite races to help you guys call. So
Desperately appreciate the help, especially in the night.
Yeah.
Well, and David Haynes is a hoot. No, he's not with us at the moment. But it was always fun having him and his Aussie accent taking us through the night.
Absolutely. And he's on a different time zone, so it's not quite as exhausting for him to work overnight here. So that just works out really well.
Well, and it works out well for me, too, because when I pop on at 10 o'clock your time, I got you through most of the night. I still got to go to sleep around 3 a.m. for a couple of hours, so it worked out great.
The 901 and 903 are back-to-back with each other. So is the 645 and the 644 with the 640, whatever the other one is, right behind it. So you're seeing the teams start to try to stack up with each other, I think.
Yep.
I don't think all that's by accident.
No, not.
Rockwell Autosport Development coming through the Oak Tree turn.
Is RVA getting back out there?
I haven't seen him cross the pit loop yet.
There's still a slight chance that they could lose the podium if they don't. Oh, no, they're still 2 laps ahead. Never mind. Now they're 1 lap.
Coming down the final 2 laps of racing here this weekend. A ceremonial driver change to put this driver in to take that big checkered flag, which is, wow, what a huge race for anybody to win, to be a part of.
Guy with the pink and blue helmet there, that is Doug Oakley.
Okay, they're giving them the 1 to go.
Go.
The 1 to go to car 1, passing the start-finish.
Rockwell Autosport Development, the team that brought 3 cars here this weekend. They've got a car in 6th place, they've got a car in 7th place, and a car leading the race. All three look to be finishing in the top 10.
Well, and even if this car gave up the goose right now, it would still win this race. So, just take your time.
Well planned and calculated victory by Rockwell Autosport Development. Now
And
working
he wants
away.
to slow down because he doesn't want to have to do another lap here.
Well, they gave him the one to go, so he should be solid.
So regardless,
he's gonna get it. He's coming through the climbing S's now. According to the camera that they have in their car, which they graciously provided.
Thank you, Hilar. And Erwin's been following us from the Netherlands all night long. He's still with us.
Through Oak Tree for the final time for Rockwell Autosport Development. As the camera feed just went down on the start finish, we'll try one more time to bring it back up. There we have it. Let's see if we can get that checkered flag.
R1 by 14.
I'm still looking at RVA graphics.
Just doesn't look like they're going to come out.
Is Bulldog going to snag a podium here? They must have timed this perfectly. I hope.
So after 24 hours of some good hard racing, the blistering heat, the stifling humidity, an oiled down racetrack, one of the most technically demanding racetracks in North America, the reigning national champion Rockwell Autosport Development takes the win here at Virginia International Raceway for the Lifeline 24-hour classic, and the crowd goes wild. They are so pumped. What an incredible victory for that team here, and wow, what a crown, what a jewel in their cap or in their crown for this race year for them to not only capture the championship but also to win VIR. Simply incredible. Visceral Racing
awesome.
Group is going to take 2nd place. RVA looks like they're going to hold on to 3rd. Bulldog Racing in 4th. And 901 Motorsport going to capture 5th place here. As we go down through the classes, Rockwell captures that C-Class finish, followed by Fuse 15. They're going to take A-Class. Team Bruce is going to get EC Class. F-Class is going to go indeed to Wittenauer Motorsports. Congratulations to the Mini Cooper team. And we got B-Class going to, looks like RTR is going to take B-Class this weekend in their Honda S2000. And D-Class looks like it's going to go to the Ford Mustang of RTR. So congratulations to all of our competitors who came out this weekend. What an incredible race weekend.
All 3 of the open throttle cars crossed the start finish together.
Hey guys, take a look at your race hero, 3rd place.
Oh, Bulldog has made the pass. Indeed, RBA Graphics has fallen to 4th place. Just one lap after all that work. And the checkered flag is in the sky. Look at that. What a beautiful shot. So drama's right down to the last lap here, folks.
That's right.
Bulldog snatches away that podium. Wow.
Never give up.
Never, never, never.
Yeah, we learned that again and again.
Look at how excited they are.
So 499 laps completed here this weekend, and it came down to the last lap for the Bulldog team.
That's pretty wild.
Incredible.
That's so cool. Feel bad for the guys at RVA, the guys and gals at RVA, but when you toil for 24 hours and snatch a podium on the last lap, there's nothing cooler than that. Also want to thank all of the folks who've been following along in the chat all night long. Timothy Elliott, Dylan Pfeiffer, Erwin, Spencer Kremble.
Yep. And Bernie, of course. Bernie's always with us.
Pilar. Good stuff. Gary McCormick. Mac. Yeah, lots of fun.
Elena Speedworks says they were number one with positions gained, with 53 positions gained. They said at least a moral victory for us. Absolutely.
Yeah, no question.
Just being able to race out here, then going along with that to be able to finish a race here, and then to take the checkered flag is just amazing.
Pretty amazing.
And now you have to pack up the trailer.
In the heat.
In that heat.
Money Shift Racing, after a very dramatic race, comes home with a running race car. So they finished this race, and there's Rockwell parking here. They've brought them to a stop for impound. So congratulations to the whole Rockwell Autosport Development team. A race win well deserved. So that's going to do it for us here on Champ Car Live. So for Brian Belansky, Tiffany Alexander, I'm Paul Veltum, and we'll see you next time, folks. So long.
Bye.
Bye.